Uh, Good morning and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, July 6th. This council is being convened by electronic means, authorized under the procedural bylaw and ministerial order M192. I think this is our second last of these remote meetings, and we're looking forward to coming back in September to see everybody in person. If my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we'll recess until the connection is restored. And the same holds true during the voting process. If any council members become disconnected during the voting process, we'll suspend the vote until you're back online and have indicated your preference. Council members are reminded to please enable their video to ensure quorum is maintained during the meeting. We acknowledge, of course, that we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and thank them for having care for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. Also want to thank staff for all their work, all their contributions to the city, and in particular, want to thank staff in our Emergency Operations Center, our engineering staff, our homeless outreach staff, firefighters, and police officers who worked so hard during the heat wave over the weekend. So thank you very much to staff for all of that work. We appreciate your commitment to the city. City Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry. Not on. Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Sorry, double muted. Present.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. Okay, so the public today is urged to listen to proceedings via the website or YouTube link and follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk. That's at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Video of council members speaking, presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Any comments can be sent to council using a web form on the website, and that link to that forum is tweeted out at Van City Clerk. We have a long-standing commitment to equity, including the utmost respect for all genders. So just a reminder to councils that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today we have 3 administrative items, 1 presentation, 1 communication, 7 reports, 7 bylaws, 4 administrative motions, 3 council members' motions, notice of council members' motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. So the plan for today is to proceed until noon, then we break for lunch from 12 to 1. Then from 1 to 3, we're in camera. Then we come back to deal with the remainder of the agenda between 3 and 5. At 5 p.m., we have a dinner break, and then we come back for our public hearing at 6 p.m. We also have to go in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Someone would like to move a motion to go in camera?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I think I heard Councillor DeGenova, seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great. Okay, thanks very much for that, Council. Moving on to minutes. We have 5 sets of minutes. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the public hearing of June 15th, 29th, and 30th. Any corrections? Someone like to move adoption?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Carr, I think, seconded by Councillor DeGenova. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. That passes, thank you. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the public hearing of June 17th. Any corrections? Hearing none, would someone like... Thank you, Councillor DeGenova, seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thank you, that's passed. Minutes 3 are minutes of the council meeting of June 22nd. Any corrections? Hearing none, could I have a mover?
So moved.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. That's passed. Thanks. Minutes 4, the minutes of the council meeting following the Standing Committee on the Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting of June 23rd and 24th.
So
Any
moved.
corrections? No, I don't hear any. Moved by Councillor Carr, seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed,
Yay.
nay. That's it. Thanks. That's passed. Last one minutes are the minutes 5 are the minutes of the Auditor General Recruitment Committee meeting of June 28th. Any corrections? Mover, please.
So moved.
Councillor Hardwick, seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great, that passes unanimously. Thanks so much. Okay, so I'm going to go, councillors that wish to hold any items, please put yourself on the queue. We are now going to consider matters adopted on consent. We have communication 1. So I'll get my sheet here. We have communication 1. We have reports 1 to 6 on the consent agenda for consideration. Councillor Dominato, you wish to hold an item?
Report number 6, please.
Report number 6. Let me just hold that here. If I can find it. Weird. Oh, there it is. Okay. Thanks, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Mayor. I was hoping to hold report number 7, but it sounds like it's not on the consent agenda from what you just said.
That's right. Do we have speakers to that, clerk? Is that why?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, great. Yeah, it's held automatically.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, I'd like to hold communications number 1, please.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson.
Number 3.
Number 3. Okay, that's all I have on the list. Thanks so much. So,
Motion to adopt the consent agenda.
thank you so much. Let me just read out which ones we'd be adopting. So everybody knows we'd be adopting report number 1, Granville Promenade 2021. Number 2, additional sites for 2021 alcohol consumption in public plazas pilot. Number 4, requirements for electrical vehicle charging in new non-residential buildings. Number 5, Vancouver Heritage Foundation Grants Program Report 2020-2021. So we have. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Opposed? Great. That's passed. Thanks so much. Just for the record, I need to read in the reports again. So we have approved report number 1, Granville Promenade 2021 city budget approval. Report number 2, the additional sites for the 2021 alcohol consumption in public plazas pilot. Number 4, requirements for electrical vehicle charging in new non-residential buildings under the climate emergency. Number 5, Vancouver Heritage Foundation Heritage Conservation Grants Program Report 2020-2021. And we've held the rest of those. Okay, thanks, Council. I'm just okay. Looking here. Okay. Great. Okay. Now we're moving on to presentations. We have one presentation today. Our presentation is the 2022 budget outlook, and we have Patrice Impey here, the General Manager of Risk, Finance Risk, and Supply Chain Management to present. Then we'll have questions from Council after that.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and we're happy to be here this morning. We're going to present a summary of the Budget Outlook report that is part of your Council agenda today. And this report comes to Council as part of our annual budget process. It's really the first step in the process, and its purpose is to frame the context for the upcoming budget. This regular report, it looks at the pressures, the opportunities, the risks, and the ideas to give Council and the public a sense of the environment as we're moving into the annual budget process. Council is not making decisions today. Council has provided us earlier in the year with direction on their priorities that should inform the budget and on the strategy for the desired tax rate for 2022. So that's being incorporated into the outlook. Also, as part of initiating the budget process, the city undertakes a civic satisfaction survey. We didn't do that last year because of the pandemic, so we did skip a year. So we have brought that back again this year, and we'll present those results today as well. So another input into the budget process. So Colin Knight, who is our Director of Citywide Financial Planning and Analysis, will present the key elements of the Budget Outlook report. And then we'll have Kyle Braid from Ipsos, who will provide an update on the Civic Satisfaction Survey. And I do want to note, just as you can imagine, the impacts of the pandemic will continue to add a lot of uncertainty to our budget process this year. And so, that's a big piece of the framing as well. And we will continue to, engage council and work with you through the process as more information becomes available. So this is really sort of setting the stage of what we see in the environment today, and our work as staff from now until the budget is to really look in depth into each of those areas, into our revenue, into our expenditures, into our service metrics, and as we look to bring forward sort of those options for the tax increases that council has requested, and then ultimately bringing forward a proposed balanced budget for 2022. So this is a setting of the stage, lots of work to happen from here. And with that, I will pass it over to Colin Knight, who will present the budget outlook.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. So for today's Outlook presentation, we'll go through a few items around the Outlook report, just highlighting the purpose of the Outlook, some of the key messages contained in the report, and then go into details around the economic and financial outlook for the city and some of the risks and opportunities for the 2022 budget that we're seeing, as well as outlining the next steps for developing options around the budget in response to council direction and the upcoming stages in the budget process where the draft and final budget will be made available.
Point of personal privilege.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks. Mayor, I cannot see the presentation on the screen in Chambers. I think it is up on WebEx, but I'm just wondering if it is up for.
It is up. Yeah, the orange. If it's the orange cone,
it just shows an orange cone for me.
Oh, it is working on mine. I check it.
Okay, maybe IT can just see if that's working for me. Thank you. I just want to make sure the public can also see. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, please go ahead, staff.
Thank you. So the purpose of the budget outlook, as Patrice noted, is really around providing an overview of the financial landscape as we go into the budget cycle. And in the outlook, and as we build the budget, it will reflect council's direction and priorities. And then following on the outlook, our staff will work to develop the service plans and revenues and more specific details around cost projections as part of preparing the draft 2022 budget in the fall. And again, specific budget decisions are not being made at this time in the process. So the council priorities the council has provided direction on in the past are shown here, which really touch on a number of areas around core service, addressing affordability in the housing crisis, protecting and building a resilient economy, increasing focus on equity and critical social issues, and accelerating action on climate change, as well to support recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. And so the budget will be structured to deliver on council's priorities and highlight the progress that we will plan to make towards those outcomes. Also, we'll be highlighting in the budget how these items support well-being and equity, and we'll be building on the work that we did last year around looking at indicators of well-being and demonstrating how the work that the city is undertaking in these areas supports well-being and equity. Moving to the key messages, one of the key messages that that is in the Outlook report is around just the significant financial impacts and service impacts that the city has experienced and continues to experience as a result of the pandemic. And so the city faced significant revenue losses, and those are estimated now to exceed $180 million since the start of the pandemic, and as well increased costs around safety, security, safety, and personal protective equipment that have impacted the city's expenditure budget. And with the provincial reopening plan and some of the positive news around the vaccines, we're hopeful that these impacts will lessen, but there are some, and I'll speak to those, that may have lasting multi-year impacts. Also to point out that the city has, in this time, continued to operate most services and respond to increased service needs, that also an allocation of constrained budget resources were prioritized to support response and recovery. So in spite of these challenges, the city has continued to deliver on a number of these priorities and needs. Just a point as well is that the revenue stabilization reserve that that the city had built up to provide for these types of events, such as COVID, that would have an unexpected impact on our revenues. And as we have used that stabilization reserve as part of offsetting the significant revenue losses that we experienced. And so what that does mean is that the reserve has been significantly used and will not be available to support the 2022 budget process. So we'll have to build our budget plans without relying on that reserve. So another key point that the Outlook describes is just the next steps that staff will take, looking for cost savings, efficiencies, and new sources of revenue in response to the direction from council to provide options that would support a tax increase of no more than 5%. And as well, we'll be undertaking an engagement process in July and August, and I'll speak about that to hear from residents and businesses as an input into the process that the staff can use to consider the options. The final key message to emphasize is just that because of the financial landscape that we're in, 2022 will be a limited spending budget, and as I said, the staff will work hard to maintain services within these financial constraints, but there will be limited funding available for new programs or program improvements, and there may be areas where decisions need to be made about spending less in certain areas, which could have an impact on programs and services. And the options that we develop will and present as part of the draft budget will outline some of those impacts and trade-offs for council consideration. And just another point is that given the amount that we've drawn on our reserves, if our financial situation improves, we also need to replenish that reserve so that in preparation for the next event, we have the reserve built up to a healthy position within our target range. Moving on to the economic and financial context. So in 2020, there was a significant drop in the economy in the region and provincially and nationally. And looking at a variety of forecasts, we see indications of very strong growth in the latter part of 2021, as well as 2022, which is very positive and would overall bring the level of GDP above pre-COVID levels. But just to note that not all areas of the economy will recover at the same rate, and some will face lasting impacts. CPI inflation also is forecast to be 2.5% in 2022. But just to note that a number of the costs in that the city budget are increasing at a rate that is above that amount. And just to highlight material and construction costs as one area that has seen significant increases, as well as insurance. and utility charges that support infrastructure improvements in the region. Those have historically, for the past number of years, been well above CPI inflation and are projected to continue to be above inflation. So those factors will influence the expenditure budgets as we prepare them. So to summarize some of the key financial and service risks that we're seeing, so our stabilization reserve available balance is fully committed at the end of this year, and so we do not expect to have this available to support building. We are seeking additional funding from senior government, but apart from the $16.4 million in provincial Restart BC funding that we have received, we have not received confirmation yet on some of the other areas where we're seeking funding, including homelessness support and around permit transformation. And so we will be building the budget, awaiting information on the funding that will be available for those. As we'd noted in earlier presentations, that $16.4 million in Restart BC funding was significantly less per capita than other municipalities in the province received, which does make it a challenge for the city in balancing our budget. And it, as you notice, is significantly less than the $180 million in revenue loss that the city experienced. So that means that we have to look to savings within our budget to balance both in this year's budget and as we plan for the 2022 budget. Just to note as well, the demands on city services continue to be high in a number of areas, and highlighted homelessness, opioid response, and public realm cleanliness and public space activation as just a few of the areas where there's significant need and demand, which the city has been managing within our budget resources. To note as well that we don't know in terms of the COVID safety protocols what impact that will have in 2022 on services, and we'll be awaiting that information as the opening progresses. But just to flag that it's possible that there may be some areas where safety protocols do limit capacity into 2022, which may impact our budget. Also to note that because of some of the work stoppages that occurred during COVID over the past 2 years, that has resulted in some gaps around infrastructure renewal and backlog of work in areas such as permits, and those existed before COVID, but the impact of COVID was to worsen some of those backlogs and infrastructure gaps, and to address those may also take a number of years and will impact our budget development. Speaking to the financial landscape, so as part of the budget and 5-year plan that was presented last December for 2021, we include a 5-year financial plan and an indication of what we're seeing around property tax and fee increases. Just to note that there's not a decision around what those future year taxes and fee increases will be, but it indicates, just based on the pressures that we're seeing, what we might expect as an indication of the tax and fee increases. And so at the time of the budget and 5-year plan, based on known factors at the time, we were looking at approximately 7% property tax increase before considering the actions that staff would take around savings, efficiencies, and service levels. And that is really driven in a large part by the city's fixed cost increases, which are expected to increase up at 4.3% at the time that we did the budget, as well as infrastructure renewal funding to support the current capital plan, the VPD and fire multi-year operational review, staffing growth, and then we'd also flagged a need to replenish reserves, just noting that this 1% amount does not fully replenish the reserves, but it does start that process and enable us to rebuild the reserves over a number of years. Now, So this is what the landscape looked like at the time that we did the budget, and now some additional factors have resulted in a change to the current outlook as reflected in the outlook report. And so what that is primarily some increases to fixed costs to bring that to 6.3%. There is an additional e-com levy that will be needed that we've received notification of for next year. And as well, there is risk around the VPD budget as a result of the appeal of the Vancouver Police Board of their 2021 budget to the province, which the appeal is currently in progress. And then, so that does mean that before looking at savings and efficiency options and revenue options, that would equate to a 10% increase in property tax and then utility fees at 6% for a blended 8.7% increase. As well, just to highlight some risks around revenue. The figures that I showed previously were looking at the scenario where revenues roughly return to pre-COVID levels as a result of opening up in 2022 and the remainder of 2021 and 2022. But just to note that there are some areas where there is potentially some risk around those revenues fully returning, and it will really depend on the path of the pandemic and the reopening. And so, for example, in parking, in park board and other program fees, and in casino gaming revenue sharing, and as well as some other revenue areas, there are some potential revenue risks, and in this scenario, that would equate to approximately a 2.5% increase if this revenue risk materialized. But we'll be doing, as Patrice noticed, we'll be doing some work to look at what we're seeing, and as we build the draft budget to use our experience over the coming months around these revenues to inform our budget projections for next year. This slide here just notes that the direction that Council has provided earlier this year to inform the development of the 2022 budget. And I just wanted to kind of translate when we talk about the percentage tax options, what that equates to in terms of a median property. And so you can see on this this chart, based on different options of tax increase and different types of properties, this is an indication of what dollar increase one could expect for next year. And again, these amounts will be finalized as the assessment roll is finalized, and individual properties may be different depending on their assessment value. Also, just to note that this is just the city portion of the property tax bill and doesn't reflect potential increases from other taxing authorities and the provincial government that are approximately half of the tax bill. This is the city portion of the tax bill. So the Outlook report provides some information on the options that the work that staff will be doing to identify options around those tax increases of 5% or less. And some of the things that staff will be looking at will be around reducing cost of service delivery through process improvement, efficiencies, and streamlining policies and procedures, reducing discretionary expenses, delaying planned public safety staffing growth, and continuing to limit staffing growth and hold vacancies in other parts of the organization as well. Deferring projects, which could include operating and capital project deferrals, looking at options around service levels, and increasing fees and other revenues. Some of the considerations that staff will be looking at will be around council priorities, and including previous council direction, public priorities, so civic satisfaction survey results, which will be summarized later in this presentation, looking at opportunities to get future savings by and return on investment by investing now in initiatives that provide efficiencies, looking at service impacts and really with a focus on service metrics and target outcomes and how do we achieve those outcomes in the most cost-effective way possible. Risk, so looking at where we have new compliance requirements or health and safety risks that have emerged and assessing our infrastructure conditions and ensuring that we're adequately prioritizing a risk lens on those budget decisions. And then we'll also be considering staff capacity to deliver as well as known delays, which may require some projects to be phased over multiple years. I'm going to speak now briefly around the tax options because staff will be looking through all parts of the budget for efficiencies, but a portion of the budget impacts tax, whereas other portion of the budget is funded through fees or other funding sources, and so savings there would impact those fee rates or other in other parts of the budget. And so when we look at options that will reduce or provide options for reduced tax rates, we really have to look at the tax funded portion of the budget. And the chart that follows gives an indication of which portions of the budget are funded through tax and what amount. And so you can see that there are certain areas, including public safety, that rely heavily on tax funding as a funding source. And so when we look at options, we'll look across the city budgets, but need to take into account the relative size of the tax funded budget, which would give an indication of the impacts of the different options on each specific area of the budget. Looking at the capital plan and capital budgets, so as we build the 2022 budget, we'll be looking at the fourth year of the 2019 to 2022 capital plan. Approximately 30% of the budget or of the capital plan has not yet been allocated to the capital budget, and so that portion we'll be looking at as we build the 2022 capital budget. There will be a focus on delivering the projects that are part of the current capital plan and developing plans for those. And as part of the option setting, we will look at options to defer or reduce scope of projects, which could have an impact on property taxes in 2022, but we'll need to balance that and identify impacts on asset conditions and our infrastructure gap, given that for some items that not doing the renewal work doesn't save money, it might in fact cost more if it means that there's a higher cost in the future associated with the deterioration of assets. So I'm going to move now to focus on the 5-year plan, which is also included in the Outlook report and will be included in the draft budget. So apart from the impacts of COVID, what we see in the 5-year plan is a continuation of a pattern that we have experienced for the past number of years, which is that expenses growing faster than revenues. Again, this is before staff options to find cost savings and efficiencies, which we will be working on. But just to highlight that there is like a longer term issue around expenditure growth at a rate faster than revenue growth. And so what that means is that as we look out for the 5 years, is a continuation of pressures which would result in tax increases of 5% or more and utility increases of 6% or more through the 5-year plan, which would include the replenishing of reserves that I noted earlier. The growth in expenditure is really driven by so a number of factors, but it includes like the city's growing asset base. When we build assets, then there are operating costs that need to be added to the budget to support the ongoing operation and sustainment of those assets. We have a large number of assets coming due for replacements, and for example, water and sewer pipes, where many of those were built in the post-war period, and their natural replacement cycle is coming up. And so that means that that will impact the budget as we need to plan for the replacement of those assets. We've also seen historical growth in expenses, which is projected to continue in areas including public safety wages, metro utility charges, and construction and raw materials costs. And just to flag as well, as we note in the outlook and in more detail in the budget, the draft budget report around the city's involvement in delivery of services that have traditionally been the role of senior government, and that does, as the city provides the delivery of those services, that does impact the projection for the growth in city expenditures. And then just expanding service demand and service level expectations is given the complexity of an urban regional center and the impact that has in areas, as I noted before, around homelessness, opioid, in street cleanliness and public realm, for example. But there's a number of areas where the demand and need for city services is increasing. And so as we look to the options around savings and efficiencies, we'll also look at options that have multi-year benefit to help address the structural gap. And that could include transforming how we deliver services, as well as looking at ways we can meet the public's needs in a more cost-effective way, and advocating for municipal financial reform. In the next section, I'll quickly cover some of the next steps and timeline in the budget process. So today will be is the Outlook presentation, and budget public engagement will be continuing in July and August. At the very beginning of November, we will be presenting a draft budget with the property tax scenarios and options. And then later in November, we'll be making the draft budget and service plans available to the public, and then the presentation of the draft budget to council on December 1st, and that's when budget speakers will also occur on the 1st, and then the final budget vote is planned for December 7th. Just around public engagement, so there's two key forms of budget of public engagement that are relevant this year to the budget process. So the first one is around the civic satisfaction survey results, and that will be the next part of this presentation. And then the budget public engagement in July and August, as I noted, which includes the Talk Vancouver survey, Shape Your City page, and focused conversations with traditionally underrepresented groups. And the results for that will be available in September and October. And so with that, I will pass the presentation to Kyle Braid from Ipsos, who will present the Civic Satisfaction Survey results.
Thank you, Colin. It's Kyle Braid here. Gail is getting the presentation up for me. Good morning, everyone. You do need to switch it. There you go. Perfect, Gail. Thank you. All right, let's take it away and advance to the next slide. And one more. This looks like the wrong document, Gail. I'm sorry, everyone. This looks like the report and not the presentation. So while Gail is getting up the presentation, I will just remind you of what we did in the survey itself. I'm going to walk you through the results of two surveys today, one with City of Vancouver residents and one with City of Vancouver businesses. The resident survey was of, Gail, are you trying to get the other one up?
Kyle, sorry for the confusion. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sorry. Yeah, this is the PowerPoint version that was sent to us. So
this is not the version that you showed me in the test beforehand. Maybe if you go ahead a little bit, I'll see if it is or it isn't. No, this is not the is not the version you showed earlier. So while you're doing that, I'll just talk through the methodology. So it's a survey of 600 residents conducted by phone. The opportunity to complete the survey was offered in English, Cantonese, and Mandarin. On the business side of the survey, it was a survey of 200 City of Vancouver businesses, and these surveys were completed in the latter half of April and the early part of May. See if there's anything else I can cover while we're finding that. The samples are representative, certainly the public survey of the public. We set quotas by neighborhood. We set quotas by gender, age, and a number of other variables, and we weight the residential results to be reflective of the population as a whole. But I will wait until we have the presentation up unless I can share mine. Gail, do you need me to email it to you again?
Kyle, that's the only version that I have in PowerPoint. So
Unfortunately, that's not the one you put up earlier. Maybe I could try.
Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato. On a point of information, perhaps would it be possible to maybe move a 5-minute recess so staff can get the appropriate PowerPoint up?
Sure thing. Okay, we can just do that. So it is 10:13. Let's come back at 10:20.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. To order. Oh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're at 10:20. So, clerk, so we just want to start back up again, and we can move on to the review of the survey.
We're ready to go, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Please go ahead, staff.
It's Kyle from Ipsos. I'll just jump in again. Thank you, Gail, for getting that up. We can advance now to the next slide, and I'll begin again. I did cover this, but I'll just cover it again now that you can see it. This is our civic satisfaction survey. As a reminder, we did not complete this survey in 2020. So the results here are going to be shown compared to 2018 and 2019. And as a reminder, 600 residents is our resident sample, and 200 businesses is the business sample. Let's skip ahead to the next slide. This is the breakdown of who we spoke to in the resident survey, and this data is all available in the report broken down. As you can see here, we compare the profile of who we spoke to across the 3 years, very consistent by neighborhood, by gender, age, children in the household, own versus rent, and income. We do ask a question at the end of the survey about ethnicity of the respondents. We had an increase in the net Asian, which includes South Asian and East Asian representation in the survey this time, up from 31% in the last 2 surveys to 38% this time. I will note that in a few places in the results, we'll break out the results by male versus female. But when we do ask the question about gender, there is an other option that people can identify with, but it's not enough respondents that we can break out that result on its own. So it's just the people who identified as male and female that are shown in the results that I show you, but certainly everybody is included in the total. Let's skip ahead and move to the questions that we asked at the start of the survey about COVID-19 and the impacts of COVID-19 on Vancouver residents and businesses. And as you will see here in reading the chart, they are significant. I'd ask you to focus on the right hand of these 2 sets of charts that show the negative impacts. That's in the gray. If we start on the left side with residents in the orange, and the businesses are right on the in the blue charts. For residents, just at the very top there, you can see 69%, 7 in 10 City of Vancouver residents say that their mental health has been negatively impacted by COVID-19. Very high numbers as well for impact on your personal relationships, your physical health, on your career and your work, as well as almost 4 in 10 saying their household income has been impacted. Just to put some of these numbers in a bit of perspective, for the province and other clients, I've asked about mental health in the late summer of 2020 and into the fall of 2020. And I believe I recall that number in terms of negative impact on mental health being in the sort of 46 to 50% range. So it has continued to negatively impact folks into the later part of 2020 and into this year. And so the numbers have gotten worse as the pandemic has gone on. On the business side, the 2 primary impacts definitely impacting business people in terms of their mental health, but also the second from bottom item, 75% of City of Vancouver businesses that we talked to said that it has impacted their business as well in a negative way. So very negative impacts of COVID. This is just the results broken out for residents across gender, age, neighborhood, and own versus rent. We have lots of other things you can look at in the report and the set of tables we provided. Just a few things to point out here in terms of these are the net negative impacts. For mental health, slightly more negative for women than for men. By age, really affecting those folks under the age of 55 more than those over the age of 55. A lot of this is employment and income driven. People who are more financially secure, the older folks, have had less impact than the younger folks. And those who rent, bigger impacts, especially in terms of their work, career, and household income. And you would see similar things if we did a crosstab by household income, with lower incomes especially being impacted for their work, career, and household income. Let's carry on. Quality of life. So in every survey, we've measured perceptions of quality of life in the city of Vancouver and asking residents to rate it as very good, good, poor, or very poor. Lots of numbers in this chart. The left side is residents, the right side is businesses. The residents' current results are in the chart. Next to that are the results from 2018 and 2019. And next to that, I will just mention this once, is our what we call our municipal norm, which is our average rating for municipalities across Canada over the last 5 years. Normally, I'd tell you to take a look at that as a comparison. I'm not sure the norm is really relevant in the COVID world and the unusual circumstances of this. Most of the surveys that we've done and included in that norm would have been done pre-COVID. And also I would point out that most of them would be with municipalities far smaller than the city of Vancouver. So I'm not sure the relevance of the norm at this point. But what does matter is the comparison to where the results were in 2018 and 2019. So let's start with residents. 22% rated the city of Vancouver's quality of life as very good. Another 59% rated it as good. Add those together. That's 81% rating it as good, which is down a statistically significant 8 points from where it was in 2019, and it's down 10 points from where it was in 2018. So resident perceptions of quality of life, while they're still predominantly very good or good, have declined since the last time we did a survey. And we see something similar on businesses rating quality of life in the city of Vancouver, where it's gone from 92% good, very good in 2019, down 12 points to 80% today. So we have seen an impact on quality of life perceptions in the city of Vancouver. And I'll give you some detail because we ask a follow-up question on what has changed, and I'll get to that in a little bit. In addition to asking the question about how do you rate the quality of life today, we do ask a perception question on whether people think it's generally improving, staying the same, or getting worse. And this is compared to 3 years ago is the perspective that we ask people to think about. And on the resident side, you can see it's about equally split between people thinking things have stayed the same, but there is a significant group, 45%, who say that things have worsened, much larger than the percentage who say that the quality of life in the city of Vancouver is improving. So it's much more negative than positive. But I will point out, we're going to see in a little bit that a lot of this is COVID related, but even in 2018 and 2019, we had nearly 4 in 10 residents saying the quality of life was worsening in the city of Vancouver, so much more than the improving side. So this isn't all about COVID-19. A number of these things were showing in the results in 2018, 2019 as well. On the business side, we see much more negative impact, with 62% of businesses saying that things have worsened in terms of quality of life. But again, we had nearly half of businesses saying things are worsening in terms of quality of life in 2018. So the numbers are up, but they're not a dramatically different story than perhaps they were in 2018, 2019 in terms of these shifts. So let's go to the next slide. So this is just the changing quality of life among residents. So who says things are getting worse? It a little bit higher among women than among men, 50% saying things are getting worse versus 40% among men. But it is higher among older folks. If you're over 35, more chance you're saying things are worsening compared to some of the younger folks who are a little bit more positive in terms of how things are shifting in the city. Perhaps more interesting is why people say the quality of life has worsened. And as a reminder, this is not among the entire public. This is just among the portion of public who said that things have worsened. So for residents, the number one thing, not surprisingly, is related to the COVID-19 and the pandemic, 26% mentioning that specifically. And when you have something new showing up that was at nowhere in 2018, 2019, that means that other things do have to go down. And what went down this time around were answers related to cost of living and housing. But despite the fact that COVID is up as a reason why things are worsening, we also see decline in public safety, increasing crime rate going up for residents, with 16% of those who say things have worsened saying that is a factor in why they think things have worsened, and that's higher than we saw in 2018, 2019. For businesses, a pretty similar story, although COVID-19 is not at the top of the list. The top of the list is things that were there before: poverty and homelessness, housing and accommodation. But the things that have shifted, COVID is new, so it's up from nothing to 15 points. But again, we see, just like with the general public, businesses more likely to say that decline in public safety, increased crime rate is a reason why things are worsening in terms of quality of life in the city of Vancouver. Then we ask a question about what is the most important local issue. Let's skip ahead to that. Thank you. And so this is, what are the most important local issues facing the city at the present time? I think people could give 2 or 3 responses here. These are the public items. At the top of the list, again, not surprisingly, is COVID-19 for the public at 32%, followed by social issues, housing, all the things related to housing, and then issues related to affordability, cost of living next. In terms of what has shifted, fairly similar to what we saw on the previous sets of charts, COVID has gone from nowhere up to 32 points. Housing has dropped in response quite a bit this time around. Infrastructure and transportation is down. A number of other things are down. But in addition to COVID going up, even with COVID going from nothing to 32, social issues, which is a catch-all for things related to homelessness, poverty, childcare, a number of different issues, has gone up. So COVID is up as an important local issue, and all the things that encompass social issues are increasing in terms of public priority this time compared to 2018, 2019. For businesses, again, pretty similar here. COVID is up. Affordability, cost of living is down, housing accommodation is down, infrastructure, transportation is down. But again, just like with the general public, social issues, homelessness, poverty, childcare have also increased in addition to COVID. A number of these things are probably very related to COVID and a response to COVID and the impact of COVID in terms of those issues. So they're not issues that are mutually exclusive, but COVID and social issues are really the issues that have risen compared to the prior surveys conducted 2 and 3 years ago. So let's move to talking about satisfaction with city services. And the first question we ask before getting into all the city services is a question about overall satisfaction with the level and quality of services provided by the city of Vancouver. For residents this time around, 17% very satisfied, 62% somewhat satisfied. There's a rounding error there that should add up to 79, but because of rounding, it actually adds up to 78. So close to 8 in 10 residents saying they're very or somewhat satisfied with services from the city of Vancouver. But that is a statistically significant 8-point drop from where it was in 2019. On the business side, 72% say that they're satisfied, and that is the same 8-point drop in terms of total satisfaction with city services that we saw for residents. So both businesses and residents a little bit lower in terms of overall satisfaction with city services compared to where we were 2 and 3 years ago. We asked the same question about generally, do you think services are improving, staying the same, or worsening? Here, the worsened numbers are a lot smaller than for quality of life. So people do see bigger changes in terms of quality of life than necessarily the change in city services. And even the numbers for worsened here, although they are up significantly from 2019, it's not a terribly dramatic change, and the numbers are not really all that different in terms of where they were from 2018. So more worsened than improved, but the primary number here in terms of city services for most residents and businesses is things have stayed the same. In terms of residents, the percentage who say that things have worsened tend to be higher for those 35 plus compared to the 18 to 34 group, and not a lot of differences in terms of neighborhood, but the downtown sample that we had a little bit higher for sense that things have worsened. We then ask those who say things have worsened, and again, it's important to point out this is among those who said things have worsened, so that roughly 3 in 10 folks. This is not among everybody. We ask those folks, why do you think things have worsened? And we code the answers into different categories. So here's what residents had to say for why they think things have worsened. At the top of the list, nothing really leaps off the page here, but the top of the list is an item that we've labeled as governance and transparency. Just to translate that for you, that would be anything that residents have to say that covers city management, council or the mayor specifically in terms of how they're doing their job. So that's a collection for that management political piece. COVID is near the top. Just generally poor quality of service, issues related to more population, overpopulation, homelessness, city budgeting. Most of these things are fairly similar to where they were in 2018 and 2019 in terms of reasons for worsening, but really nothing in the 20s or 30s or 40% leaps off the page here. For businesses, again, this is among that percentage who say things have worsened. So it's not 35% of the public, businesses overall saying that governance and transparency is a reason for worsening. It's 35% of those who said it worsened. Again, governance and transparency are things that businesses had to say about council, the management of the city, and the mayor. Below that, COVID and homelessness standing out for businesses, but nothing really significantly changed from the last survey. And the sample sizes are small, so even that leap in governance and transparency is not a statistically significant difference. All right, so we ask, and we are very thankful to the respondents who go through this entire list with us. We actually go through the list twice in terms of satisfaction with services, and then you're going to see in a little bit perceptions of whether people want to see more, the same, or less investment in each of these services. So for residents, you've got here shown the percentage who were very satisfied and then somewhat satisfied in the lighter bar. And then at the end of the bar is the total satisfied. And so I'll concentrate on that. You can see at the top of the list, 92% of residents very or somewhat satisfied with library services. The items that have changed are more likely to have declined than increased, with one exception, online payment services, probably a response to COVID and people doing things online. That was up 6 points compared to 2019. But the areas that have gone down, recreation down 8 points, making streets vibrant down 6, police services down 11, emergency preparedness down 8, social policies and projects down 8, and homelessness services down 17 points in terms of being very or somewhat satisfied with the service compared to 2019. And even those services that haven't had a change in terms of total satisfaction, if you can just see those red arrows in the very satisfied box, you can see that there's a number of services where perhaps the total satisfied hasn't changed, but there has been a decrease in those very satisfied moving into the somewhat satisfied camp. So it's not just perceptions of service overall, perceptions of the individual services have also declined this time around for residents for many services. For businesses, not nearly as many arrows. Part of this is that it's a smaller sample size, so you need a bigger change in order for it to be a statistically significant difference. Police services is down 15 points in terms of total satisfaction compared to what we saw in 2019. Development and building permits is down 13 points from what we saw in 2019. The rest are not statistically changed, but if I go through them, there's 19 services here, and I counted that at least directionally, 17 of the 19 have declines in terms of overall satisfaction compared to 2019, even if it's not statistically significant. The next question we ask people is, should the city spend more, less, or the same amount on each of these services? And of course, we'd like it so that people choose an equal amount of less as more, but that's not the way the public ever thinks about these issues. They're not going to do an equal number of less and more. They're going to focus on spending more in each of these areas. And the bright orange box on the left is the percentage who say they want to spend more. A couple of things I'll point out here that really do stand out. There are 3 priority areas where the public especially does want to spend more, and that's consistent with where things were in the prior 2 surveys. And those big 3 are homelessness services, enabling affordable housing, and social projects and priorities, each of those with more than 7 in 10 of the public saying, I want the city to spend more on these things. The other thing I'll point out is there's not a lot of significant change here. Not a lot of arrows. These results are generally pretty close to where they were in prior surveys, despite the fact we've got COVID and the pandemic. Not a lot of change in terms of the other stuff. Garbage and green bin collection down a little bit, bylaw enforcement down a little bit, and parking down a little bit, but generally the same priorities from the public in terms of spending that we saw in prior surveys. For businesses, it's a separate list that we provide. Nothing really jumps out here. You've got a whole bunch of items that are close to that 50% saying invest more level. The only significant changes here, you've got more saying spend to keep our community clean, 52% this time compared to 38% in 2019. But if I look at 2018, it was 50%. So it's actually the 2019 result that looks like the odd one out here, not so much the 2021 result. The other one that has gone up is availability of online services, probably a similar response to the pandemic and being able to do things online. That has gone up 10 points from where it was in 2019, but generally the priorities for investment from businesses are similar to where they were prior. Financial planning. One of the questions we ask is overall perception of value you get for your tax dollars. Do you get good value or poor value for your tax dollars? Here, 76% of residents, and almost exactly the same percentage, 77% of businesses say that they get good value. It's directionally down 5 points for residents from where it was in 2019, but that is not a statistically significant decline. The result for businesses is very close to where it was in 2019. So despite the fact we see declining quality of life and some worsened perceptions of services, residents have not changed their perceptions at this point of the value that they're getting for the taxes that they're paying. In terms of value for taxes among residents, it's a little homeowners are more likely to say they get poor value than the renters, but there's not a lot of other differences by age, gender, or neighborhood. And I believe this is one of the last questions. There's probably a long, convoluted question here, but essentially it's people were given 6 or so options for the city to try to continue to balance its budget. And they were asked to choose what is your most preferred option, your second most preferred option, and not shown on here is least preferred option. I will tell you that for both residents and businesses, increasing their residential and business property taxes was the least preferred option. For residents, the clear top option was to continue to offer the same services, but not the same level. So reduced hours or other kinds of things. So don't cut the number of services you're offering, but make adjustments to lessen perhaps some of the range of services or the options available with that. In fact, you look at the bottom option here, reducing the number of services is not like, so it's, cut things within individual services, but do not cut the service themselves. Those are the highest by far for residents. For businesses, it is that same option. Plus that third item there, introduce new user fees is also an option that businesses seem to like. This is the final question. Willingness to pay more user fees for services to maintain or improve them. 2/3 of residents say that they're very or somewhat willing. That's very close, within 5 points of where it was in 2019. 68% of businesses say they're willing to pay more, and that's bang on where the results were for 2019. So value for taxes, willingness to pay more user fees, these things have not shifted from where they were in 2018 and 2019. The deck contains a summary. I'm not going to make you read through all these. You can read through them yourself. I think I've covered them all. So perhaps we could skip past those and jump right to discussion. And I will mute myself for now and wait to hear who's going to ask questions and how it's going to proceed. Thank you all very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Kyle, for that comprehensive summary of the satisfaction survey results. There's definitely a lot of information there that we can take into our 2022 service planning and financial planning and budget process. Just before we go to questions, Council, just in closing, I hope that this information provided you with a comprehensive summary of the context that we're looking at for our budget and 5-year financial planning for this upcoming 2022. And as you can see, there's a number of pressures on our budget, some related to the pandemic, others with cost escalation, service demands. And, you know, Colin did spend some time outlining the next steps in the process as we take a really thoughtful approach to addressing the pressures, considering council's priorities, considering the civic satisfaction. And so over these next few months, staff will be developing action plans to address those pressures, and we will continue to engage council in that process as over the next few months. And just before we go to questions, I do want to recognize the work that the staff have done through this year in adapting to this changing and very challenging environment, and continuing to provide our services within really this constraint of the pandemic. It's really been a huge effort across the whole organization and across all departments and all levels within the organization. So just wanted to take this opportunity to express my thanks to all of the city staff to help us manage this challenge. So with that, we're available for any questions that council may have.
Great, thanks so much. Looks like there are a bunch of councillors on the list here. So start with Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, staff, for the report. I'm going to start with the one thing that really leapt out at me significantly, and just to frame the question, if I'm understanding the report correctly, you were showing that revenues, even reduced revenues for 2021, are projected to be $9 million lower, approximately, than anticipated, and therefore, you're stating that there would be a $9 million drawdown on reserves, which would leave us with unspent nothing in terms of unspent reserves at the end of this year, and zero cushion for the city. If there's a COVID setback, if there's another extreme weather event, if there's a fire, like no ability, an earthquake, no ability to respond to an emergency. So I'm wondering, my question is two parts. Are there options for not simply taking that last approximately $9 million from reserves? And does that have to be a council decision at this point? Because I know that when $8 million was identified in savings during the budget discussion last year for the operating budget, that the recommendation from staff was that be used to draw down reserves, and council chose to spend those funds, and that component as part of the overall budget process did require a council decision. So at this point, I'm wondering, is there any ability, like what's the sort of the authority around taking that last amount of reserves and leaving us with nothing?
Yeah, maybe I can speak to the 2021 forecast. That was our Q1 forecast. It was done after March of this year. And what we had seen is that the pandemic restrictions had lasted much longer than we had anticipated when we developed the budget. Having said that, the opening has happened probably more quickly than maybe we had thought when we were doing that forecast. So we are going to, now that we've finished the second quarter, we're going to go through and reforecast that with sort of the improved recovery or restart reopening, and come back and redo that forecast. Our expectation as staff is that we would balance the budget and take actions that we may have to take to balance that budget ideally. So that would be the approach that we're taking as we go through this next forecast.
Just because I have limited time and I want to get to the heart of my question is that, and I really appreciate the efforts that staff are making to balance the budget, but my question is, if there's no significant drawdown on reserves, will that come back to council as an alternative versus looking at other measures and not drawing down on reserves and emptying it out? Because we're still going to end up, by balancing the budget, doesn't mean that we're still not going to end up with zero in the reserve.
Oh, apologies. So that we would look to balance the budget without having to address reserves. That would be our goal. As we go through this next forecast, we'll update council on that forecast and as to whether we think we would still need to use the reserve or whether our new predictions for revenue will help us to balance that budget. So, I think we just need a little bit more time to come back with a revised forecast.
Okay,
so
that won't come back, and that won't proceed with drawing down the reserves without coming back to council for an update. Is that what
we'll update council. Yes, we can commit to that. Yes.
And in other words, that means there's approximately $9 million left in the reserve. That's all we have.
That's sort of our forecast going out to the end of the year. And obviously we've got a number of assumptions on backlog and other things, but that would leave that 9 million would still be available.
But that's it. Like we're the well is dry, right?
It's fully committed. Yes.
Okay, my next question is around, I noted in that quarterly report, there was a notation around in the first property tax note, and in the revenue, it showed an approximately $2 million that was levied in additional fees for deferred payment of property taxes. And I'm wondering if that is a symbol of the difficulty that people are having out there, and if we expect that we're going to see any difficulty in the larger collection date. And I know it's July 5th, people just had to pay their taxes yesterday. Do we anticipate it's because people are having difficulty, and do we think that we'll see lower receipts on property taxes?
Yeah, we'll be able to report back to council once we could have closed out this, since the due date was just yesterday. But we did not see last year a significant difference in the percentage of people who were late payment. Or percentage of property owners that were late with their payments. So we don't expect to see that this year, but we'll be able to report back shortly.
Mayor, can I remove for another round of questions?
Sure can. Seconder?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Okay, thanks. That's the end of your time, Councillor Kirby, but we do have a second round. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'd first of all like to request that the staff presentation, the first presentation, be loaded back up again, because I'd like to refer to specific slides in my questions. I was going to buy some time and move for a second round of questions to buy myself some time, but thank you to Councillor Kirby-Yung for asking for that. So staff, can we please have the presentation back up as quickly as possible? And the slide that I would first like to go to is the one that shows the council priorities. Thank you, Colin Knight. Yeah, right up towards the beginning. That's the one. Okay, so my questions really start from here, because this is the budget paradigm, and the council priorities as articulated here, I would argue, are really a reflection, and whoever that is, please mute, of the vision plans. We've seen interlocking plans that were approved over the decade before this council was elected. So that each of these areas were articulated as council priority areas on top of the traditional responsibilities of local government, which are characterized here as delivering of quality core services that meet residents' needs. So my question then is, as we examine the budget going forward, are we specifically focusing on the areas of council priorities, which I would argue are nice to have, but not essential in the way that quality core services are? And to what extent, since these are being characterized as council priorities, will council be able to make decisions about where reductions could be made in each one of these 4 categories?
Councillor, maybe I can take a first cut at that. So just to confirm, I think first of all that these are you referenced the previous council. These are priorities that were articulated by this council during the term. It's entirely the discretion of this council to revise those and to prioritize resources within or amongst these different priorities. So absolutely, that's council's call. We are doing our best to respond to these priorities as they've been articulated to us, and they are the focus of our budget planning as we go forward. But just to confirm, these are the priorities that were set by this council. And yes, the notion of reducing investment within any of these categories is absolutely up to council. And we would be providing options in that regard.
Not to debate that these didn't come out of the blue with this council. They are extensions of what had been done before. But my point is really that we need to separate the council priorities from our core responsibilities. And I want to ensure that there is going to be a mechanism for council to go through this systematically. And I think what I'm hearing from the city manager is, yes, that will be the case.
I think we would anticipate a process like we followed in 2021, where council would have, we would do our best to give council detail and provide options for the council to consider, both in terms of any additional investment or potentially to reallocate or reprioritize funding as well.
Well, clearly we're not in a business as usual circumstance and are going to be hard pressed. Just a general philosophical question. Um, Staff are our professional advisors that are giving us their best professional advice. Are we taking that into consideration and balancing against the politics and council priorities? It's council that are making political decisions. It's staff, professional staff that are making professional recommendations to us. How are those two competing demands being managed by staff in this process?
I would say, Councillor, to that, ultimately the decision of allocating resources is one of the core roles that council plays. We do provide recommendations, both in terms of what's possible within the revenue envelope that city has, essentially that council has to work with. But the determination of where to invest those monies, that is really council's job. So I don't see that there's tension there. We as staff, our job is to respond to that. I do believe there's obviously very difficult trade-offs, and that's council's job. But I don't see that there's the characterization of a tension there.
Okay, thank you. I'll put myself back on the queue. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Carr, up to 5. Councillor Carr? I heard you there.
Okay, well, I don't seem to be on mute. Do you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So just to verify, staff, are you taking direction on the accelerating action on climate from I believe it was at our second council meeting in this term, that we passed unanimously the climate emergency motion? Is that what's verifying the focus on accelerating action on climate?
Yes, Councillor Carr, that the CAP action plan is the one that is driving the direction under that council priority.
Thank you. Just to verify. And I'm really curious in terms of a very specific piece of that climate action. In the last term under the Vision majority, my understanding is we were not handling the replacement, the needed replacement of aging infrastructure, sewers and pipes, etc. We were not meeting industry standard. And with climate change, that need becomes even greater. So can you tell me what the standard is in terms of replacement for that infrastructure, whether or not we are at that standard, and if we can proceed to that standard in the near future of this budget?
Mm-hmm. I know Lon LeClaire, our General Manager of Engineering, is on the line, and he can maybe speak to that. But each of the areas has their own standard for condition and for renewal. Some facilities have a shorter lifespan than perhaps our pipes, and so we do take that into account in the planning. And we were behind on a number of our infrastructure areas, which is why in the last capital plan we increased the focus on renewal. And you've seen that reflected over the capital plan and the capital budgets. I don't know if Lon, do you want to add anything specific to engineering infrastructure?
Yes, good morning, Mayor and Council. Lon LeClaire, General Manager of Engineering Services. Yeah, we are trying to transition to kind of what industry standard for replacement rates, in particular for water and sewers, would be. And that's a transition that we anticipate will take a number of years and even a couple of capital plans.
And what percentage is that, Lon? Is it 2% per year replacement?
Well, in general, our water and sewer infrastructure has about a 100-year lifespan. And so in a steady state, wanting to replace about 1% a year. It's not exactly that, depending on the asset itself. It can range from 1 to 1.2%. Our replacement rate was closer to about 0.7%. And so through this capital plan, we've been doing a transition to get to the industry standard.
Okay, good, thank you. And in general, also related to climate action, we've just come through the most, unprecedented historic heat wave, which is a climate-caused phenomena. And it seems to me that there needs to be investment to cope with people's ability to stay safe during that. So are we considering the kind of investments that may be needed in safe, like cooling centers and those kinds of things to enable? I mean, we had the coroner service had many more unprecedented deaths due to this heat wave. So are we anticipating investing in that area?
So at this point, and again, others can add in on the climate emergency action plan. That's not specifically called out as one of the priority areas. So definitely under the social issues, as far as supporting our community, that's where that may come up in this year as we're looking at our capital planning. But right now, it is not part of the climate emergency action plan. If that was your question.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Yes, that does answer my question. Another question I have: there was a slide that you showed, Patricia, that was related, or Colin, that was related to how much a particular strata unit or a rental unit or a single family dwelling or a commercial business would pay in terms of increased taxes, but you didn't include a column for what was originally presented by you as, oh, and I see I'm out of time. I'll go back on the list and I'll repeat that question for you. Sorry.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, staff, for the update today. A couple of follow-up questions. I just want to go back to the stabilization reserve, and I see you right now, you're earmarking potentially to replenish that. I think you said 1%. What would it take to get back to the 8 to 16% of non-utility operating revenues? How many years are we looking at to replenish?
Colin, do you want to take that question? About 1% a year?
Yeah, so I think the amount that we would need to get into the target range of 8 to 16% would be approximately $100 million to get to the bottom of the range, and the 1% equates to $9 million, and so it would need to continue for a number of years. So we'd be looking at 5 to 8 year range, depending on what we did in future years, to get back up to that target level.
Okay, that's clear. Is it possible that staff might consider a more aggressive recommendation in the budget to replenish faster?
That will be part of one of the trade-offs as far as the options to balance the budget at 5% tax increase. So it'll be part of that discussion.
Okay. And then a couple other questions. There was a reference to in the current forecast around 0.7% related to the VPD budget risk. Is that that's identified? So that is something we have not budgeted for because funds were redirected. Can you just clarify what we can anticipate there if we get a ruling out of Victoria?
Yeah, that is correct. So we closed the 2021 budget, reallocating some of the recommended funding in the staff recommendation, but even that was not the full amount that the Vancouver Police Board had requested. So there's an amount which was less than what they requested, as well as the reallocation that council had done on the floor. So that full amount is what the Police Board has requested the province to review. So the full amount would be if the province ruled in favor of the police board, that would be a full increase. Yeah, and again, we're not all that clear on what the process will be going forward when we will hear back. But right now, we put that in as the risk if that full amount was determined by the province that it needed to be funded from the city's budget.
Okay, so right. So basically, we would have to fund that if that ruling comes forward, as well as incremental increases related to labor negotiations as well.
So that is my understanding.
Okay. Hopefully we'll get a further update on that as we go forward in the next few months. I have a question around fixed cost increases from previous forecasts, and it was 2%. I think it went from 4.3% to 6.3%. Could staff just expand on those fixed cost increases and what exactly they are?
Yeah, Colin, do you want to take that question?
Yeah, so I think I'll point to a few components that um, result in the majority of the change. So there's around the collective bargaining agreements that have settled recently. We had made assumptions as we built the budget around the rates by which those agreements would settle out, and then the increase represents the impact of the agreements that have ratified, where for 2020 it is a 2% versus 0% increase. So that is a component of the change. WorkSafe BC premiums, that the city received notice of some sizable increases to WorkSafe BC premiums, primarily around the public safety area, which just reflects the claims history and the anticipated rate that the city would be paying in the future. So that's a significant component. Insurance is another one where we were seeing sizable increases in the 30% range, which reflect, I think, more general insurance market cost increases that affect not just the city, but more broadly are affecting the insurance market. And then as well, there are some other items around, as I flagged, around material and construction costs and fuel increases based on the price of gas, which has increased significantly from a year ago.
Thank you. That's helpful. I also want to circle back to
Wait,
parking revenues.
Sorry, you're at your 5,
Okay.
so I have to go for a
I'll
second
come
round.
back on. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I have a question for staff and or the mayor, and that is, do we have any hope of getting more money from the feds or the province for COVID to offset our COVID costs? And if so, when will we know?
Maybe I can start. We are aware there are 2 programs that we have applied for funding from the federal government. One relating to work on our permitting processes, that would be incremental funding, and also one which would support some of the expenses that we had spent around our community services. We haven't heard back from that, and we don't really have a date at which we would hear back from that, but hopefully fairly soon. That's our understanding, the only remaining programs related to the restart. So we aren't anticipating any other funding that could come our way.
Okay. Another question is, what kind of municipal finance reform is staff working on? Is any of it related to getting some sort of revenue from progressive taxation as opposed to fees or regressive regressive taxation like property tax?
Councillor, we will be bringing a presentation to council at the next council meeting on municipal finance reform. We can maybe talk in a little bit more detail of the elements, but there are many elements that we will look at both on taxation, other revenues, service alignment, that would all be part of that review.
And that's coming in a couple weeks?
Yes, the July 26th meeting, I believe.
Okay, thanks. And last question is, do we have any idea when the province will let us know if we are able to make decisions about the police budget or not? Is this up in the air too?
Yeah, there is a process. We've submitted all of our information to the province. It's not clear as to what that timing will be or what the process is that the province will follow. So we're in a wait and see mode, but it is with the province and they are working on it. We have had notification that they've received the information and are working on it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Let's see. I'm just going to go to the Councillor Harwick. You've had 1 round, so I'm going to just move you to let the others who haven't spoken first. I'll just move you down the list. So it's Councillor Carr. You've had a round of questions. So Councillor Dejanova, you're first on the list here. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Let's see. We are entering the second round, so you're the last person on the first round. I can see you nodding your head, so it looks like we're just having some audio problems. I'll just go on and tell you, as you're working on that, I'll just go on to Councillor Dominato, who's next on the list for up to 5, and then we'll just put you back on the list, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I want to go back to I was going to ask about parking revenues, and recognizing that staff anticipate they're going to come up to previous levels, but I'm curious if we are starting to think, as this is a forecast, a longer term about less reliance on parking revenues, because as we're signaling that we want fewer people driving vehicles in the city and owning vehicles and even coming into the city, into our downtown core, what does that look like? Are we doing some thinking about that being a lost revenue? And so this is, I know it's looking further out than this current budget, but I'm curious if we've started to think about that.
Yes, we do have that as our long-term forecast, looking at our parking revenue, but maybe Lon LeClaire can outline with the strategy around our on-street parking.
Yeah, if I could just respond to that. Yeah, there has been a trend away from auto use for trips towards walk, bike, and transit. And over the past 20 years, even though there's been a really strong trend, stronger in Vancouver than any other Canadian city, we still see parking revenues increase. And part of that is due to the fact that there's still a minor increase in car ownership that continues to happen in our city. We don't expect a big change to parking demand because even with road space reallocation and other initiatives that we bring in, we generally are increasing the competition for the very few parking spaces that are left, which ends up being a way that we can, we actually end up making more money off of fewer spaces. But a transition to automated vehicles would actually probably be the next big moment in the future where we would see a huge drop in the interest in use of on-street parking.
Thank you. And just in context of our budget, with respect to our the city's existing EV infrastructure, are we currently charging for access to our EV infrastructure? And what does that look like in terms of revenues for the city?
I can speak to the on-street stage where engineering is operating those facilities. We're doing that through the meter rate. So if you park at a space in Yaletown or downtown, which has an EV charging station, the meter rate reflects the competition for the space and the charge for the electricity. So it's higher than you would pay 1 or 2 spaces over where there is no EV charging infrastructure.
Okay, so it's built into the meter rate, and are we fully recovering the cost? Because there's obviously a cost to hydro, just as we all know, for heating our homes. Is that being fully recovered at the meter?
Again, I can speak to just the way that we're charging right now for the EVs. Charging locations that are very popular, we actually increase the rates quite significantly in order to encourage turnover. So people, will just stop there for 20 minutes or half an hour just to get their charge, as opposed to stopping for 2 hours while they do activities downtown. So that's not really a reflection of what it costs for the electricities. But Patrice, I don't know if you have anyone else that can answer for parks or other civic buildings.
Yeah, I don't. At this point, I don't think we track the specific cost per meter of the electricity. It's more based on driving the market change in time at the meter, as Lon has noted.
Okay, thanks. I would appreciate, I'll just note in my comment now, is if we could get a report back on that at a later date, that would be appreciated. Sure. Wanting to circle back as well to the report indicating sort of minimal spending, holding vacancies and holding public safety growth. Whether we're also considering essentially no new hires going forward, with the exception of maybe critical positions that might be deemed critical by the city manager. But is that a consideration that we might see as a council?
mean, ideally, as we come through with a new budget, we would identify, the areas of service impacting, adjusting our service levels to align to the funding available, rather than simply holding vacancies, because the, vacancy that exists might be a very critical position or really, moving forward in an agenda item, and that might be better to fill. Versus another one. So ideally, as we go through this, we look ahead at what our staffing levels need to be to align to the funding, and would be a bit more strategic. If it is a short term, which we've done this year and last year, which is just hold the vacancies that come up as a short term fix. Ideally, we can do something a little bit more strategic that aligns better with our service planning. But that is still obviously an option for us. So we'll look at all of that when we come back as part of the budget.
Thanks.
Okay, great. I'll come back on perhaps for a third round. Thanks.
Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. If we could get the presentation back up and go to slide 11, please. Yeah, I have just a few more questions associated with individual slides. That would be possible. There we go. Slide 11. Yes. Okay. Demands on city services continue to be high. Homelessness, opioid response, public realm cleanliness and public space activation is clearly local government responsibility. Homelessness and opioid response. My question is, has city investment in these areas generated more senior government interest?
Maybe I will start, but certainly when we look at homelessness, I think the funding that we have received funding from senior government this year through the pandemic, the Reaching Home programs. So definitely that has been more visible, and the work that the city's done has highlighted that.
When we get down to a further slide, I'm going to come back to this point. So if we go to the next slide, slide 12, please. I was reviewing this against an earlier presentation, and one of the things that was under assumptions previously was that vacancies held in 2021 are added back. That does not appear in this slide. So will vacancies held in 2021 be added back in these assumptions?
Yeah, in our assumptions, we start with the vacancies added back, and then, yes, yeah. Okay. And again, to my earlier comment, which is ideally, we're not just holding vacancies randomly, but really looking at what the service impact is and adjusting the service levels to align to the resources.
Okay, the reason I brought it up was, as I say, it was in an earlier version of this presentation received by council, and so I want to emphasize then that although it does not appear on this slide, that an assumption is that vacancies held will be added back, and that's something I think we should discuss. Now, slide 23, please. Slide 23 talks about expenditure growth and expanding services and demand expectations beyond the base. Again, this comes back to what I was getting about our base versus what others might call mission creep. So how's the involvement and delivery of services that have traditionally been the roles of senior government? I point back to homelessness and opioid response from slide 11. So in this case, are we on slide 23, please?
Yeah, we'll just move on to slide 23. Yeah, great.
Right. So here we're looking at the expenditure growth. So we're growing beyond the areas of local government responsibility and areas that are articulated here as traditionally the role of senior government. So going back to homelessness and opioid response expenses of city, so how are we mitigating the fact that we are taking on at a local government level with a limited tax base areas that are the responsibilities of senior level of government? Are we going to continue doing that? Is that something that we will be looking at in particular as we reframe this budget?
Yeah, and that would be part of council's decision if we choose to continue in those areas which over the last several years were to reduce those. I do want to note that probably our largest expenditure growth is in the line above, which is public safety wages, metro utility charges, construction and raw material costs. That is pretty significant as well. But we will look at all of these areas and bring those options back to council. So
Yeah, I just, what I'm trying to do here is underscore what has been happening over a period of time now, where involvement in delivery of services that are outside the scope of local government, it has been a draw on our finances. And I just want to emphasize that and ensure that as we go through this process as a council with staff, that this is looked at in greater detail.
Yes, absolutely. We do summarize that in the budget. We'll make sure that that's clear as far as the decision points for council as well on the detail.
Yeah, I think we'll agree that this is not the time to be expanding. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I'm prepared to. I can't. You may be on mute. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, up to 5 minutes, Councillor Carr, and we do have Councillor Kirby-Yung after you.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. I'm just going to repeat that question that I started, which is staff, that you had talked about, or you had laid out the cost of a tax increase of various amounts for a typical strata, rental, single family dwelling, and business. You did not include, and I'm wondering if you can, just so we're all clear and for the public record, what those increases might be under the 7.3% tax increase that was in our original 5-year plan. Is it possible to actually put those up as a comparator in terms of where we thought we would be heading over the last number of years? You don't have to put them up now. I'm just wondering.
We do have that.
Yeah, sorry.
We do have that information that we can share. I don't know if you want us to put it up now or we can email it to you. Yeah. Okay. Happy to email it. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, my final question has to do with the fact that there is a preference, especially amongst businesses, for user fee increases as opposed to tax increases. But I noticed that over the past year, we have kept our user fees typically at inflation or at a lower rate, especially for businesses because of COVID. So what are the challenges? How could we possibly move forward with increasing user fees, given that that's the preference, user fee increases, given that's the preference shown in our public survey?
Councillor, we do review all of our fees on an annual basis, and our approach is really to make sure that we've covered all of the costs within the fees, and so there's less subsidy from property tax, where a user fee can be fully cost recovery. So we do review that every year and look at what other drivers there may be, and have moved, for instance, in the permit fees, we've moved from reduce the tax subsidy over the last couple of years, so that it was closer to fully fee funded. Again, things change each year, so we'll review that every year. So that's on the existing fees, and then staff will also be looking through this process. Is there work that we are doing that could be fee funded, that's not fee funded at this time? So we'll be looking at that as well.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you so much to you and all the staff working on this. Very much appreciate it.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm going to try to just move efficiently through a couple of final questions. Just finishing off the one with respect to the linked report that said property tax revenue is above budget for Q1 year to date due to higher penalties and interest from delayed tax payment. And I think it was about $2 million. I know that Patrice, you mentioned that we didn't have any issue with collection last year, but I'm wondering if we see that changing. I just want to be clear about that this year. If the $2 million is a lot of fees and people deferring their taxes, so do we think that that should be a worrying indicator?
At this point, I think we should look at wait till we get the statistics. We tracked that very closely last year, and the numbers didn't change significantly. And we just need to pull that data together for this year.
Okay. Thanks. I'll be interested to see that. I know we all will. My second question is just following up on Councillor Carr with respect to sewers, and I just wanted to build on that a bit more. And my understanding is not just the goal being not just to get to sort of the standard of replacement I think Lon mentioned 1 to 1.2% per year, but council had actually fully supported a motion I brought forward on sewers with respect to expediting sewer renewal, including sewer separation, which can obviously have impacts in a number of different ways for water quality, et cetera. But it was both expediting the infrastructure beyond the targeted pace, as well as achieving greater separation. So just want to affirm that notwithstanding financial challenges, that direction is still there for staff.
That is, and that is reflected in the 1% infrastructure renewal. Some of the portion of the sewer and most of the water that comes out of the utility fees, but there is a portion of the sewer that reflects property tax. But for water, it would impact the utility and sewer about 50-50. Lon, do you want to go ahead? Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say thank you for that. A follow-up question: that is, at the 1% renewal, that wouldn't significantly expedite us getting to separated sewers earlier than 2050, would it? The aspirational goal was to try to do that much sooner.
Yeah, on LaCour here. There's another, actually based on the direction of the council regarding our receiving bodies and combined sewer overflows and our objectives to actually improve water quality going into those. It's actually a lot more complicated than just the sewer separation. It is very much focused on a complete water management strategy that we're developing right now. And so even climate change affects that. Is the intent is in more combined sewer overflows in areas where we used to have sewer. So it's a kind of a complex answer for us on that, but that is to your point, an additional but different challenge that we're tackling.
Okay, thanks so much for that. And then on a different topic, we've shown in the past, and I know in this report it just shows the table with the projected scenarios of in an actual dollar increase per household type. I'm wondering if we can also show the utility charge increases, recognizing the fact that we're hitting the same resident and they're getting those utility charges that are 8%-ish, that are above average, and how much each household is going to be hit by all of the additional charges that we're levying that are coming at them, not just the city property taxes, but the utility fees as well. Can we show that also?
Yes, we do that in the budget report. We show the property tax and the utilities. So we do have that information. We didn't include it in the outlook. Just as a note, not all residents pay utilities. It tends to be more the single family homes and the smaller multi-unit. So we can summarize that as well and explain that difference. Yeah.
But there are also costs that would hit things like apartments, rental. It would impact and hit operating costs as well.
Yes, not part of their property tax budget, separate bill. But that's yeah. So we can summarize that for you, and the impact which we'll do as part of the budget.
Okay. And then sort of lastly, on the capital piece, I know that we're projected to come. 750 have projected 773, I think was the latest forecast. Again, I asked the question, can we deliver some projects if we scale down and focus on actually getting some finished in this term, as opposed to trying to do so many and scale down there, not only in terms of some savings, but also just getting some projects over the finish line?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we do. That is something that we review pretty regularly. We have a capital planning committee that looks at planning and delivery committee that looks at delivery. We did that when we did the midterm update in advance of last year's budget, and we'll look at that again as part of this year's budget and really focus on delivering what it has been initiated, and then we'll be doing our new capital plan for the next 4 years, and some of those need to find themselves moving into the next capital plan.
Thanks. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5.
Thanks very much. Just wondering how much we have currently in this year's budget for contingency, and knowing that we now have a budget specifically for snow, would any of the contingency budget be needed for any of the extra efforts towards extreme weather, like the heat wave that we've just experienced, or do we see that maybe coming forward as surplus, and what would that be spent on?
So the council contingency budget council has allocated that to a number of different items through this year. So there's very little, and Colin, maybe you, if you have that number with you, can confirm the amount that has not been allocated. That the budget is $2 million. And as you say, traditionally, if there haven't been sort of emerging items, it has flowed to the bottom, and generally has also been a source to replenish the stabilization reserve. But at this point, thanks, Colin, there's only about $200,000 left. So about almost the full amount has already been allocated to other initiatives. So that's not going to be available to replenish the reserve or surplus.
And can I ask, is that $200,000 before or after the item that we passed on consent today with the Granville Promenade?
I just checked with the team. I believe that is after that. But we can get back to you. We'll check to confirm. Oh, sorry, Colin's confirming.
Oh, sorry. I thought Patrice was saying Colin was confirming, and I just didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, okay.
Also just wondered if you could tell us sort of, do other municipalities from Metro Vancouver have an outlook similar to this, and where are we sitting in terms of the increase that we would be looking at to sustain services based on sort of the average? I mean, are we seeing most municipalities increasing taxes across Metro Vancouver or not?
We do not have any information on that as yet. I would say that we start probably a little bit earlier than other municipalities. Other municipalities do have a 5-year financial plan, as we've outlined, but I don't know that they've been updated yet for 2022 based on more recent pandemic information. One thing we do know from the pandemic is that the City of Vancouver has the most impact from the pandemic on our non-tax revenues. So that's not been as big an issue for the other municipalities as it has been for Vancouver.
Okay. And can you confirm for me the province has not changed their rental tenancy agreements where you can only increase a tenant's rent 2.2% a year? Is that correct?
That I don't have that information, but I'm not aware of it changing. I don't know, Paul, do you know if there's been any updates?
Yeah, we can follow up, Councillor, on that particular point. There have been some extraordinary measures imposed by the province on rent increases during the pandemic. So we can follow up with the current state on that.
Thanks. And then just beyond the pandemic, I know that it was set at 2.2% for that. So would really appreciate that information also. And then just wondering sort of for the Ipsos survey and looking at how are we quantifying, what do we consider a resident? How do we gauge that? Is that by a postal code? Is that by a folio number? I understand that that wouldn't work necessarily for renters, only for property owners, but how exactly do we gauge who a resident is in these surveys?
It's Kyle. I can try to answer that. It's through double method. One, asking people whether they're a resident of the City of Vancouver, and second, confirming it with a postal code. So they get asked both of those things.
Okay, thanks very much. And also just wondering, as we move forward and looking sort of at affordability, where does this sort of these different scenarios have Vancouver sitting in the way that we look at ourselves sort of as the greenest city, we look at ourselves as the healthiest city. How are we doing at being the most affordable city with these tax increase scenarios?
We don't at this time have a specific metric on affordability. What we do look at is we benchmark our property taxes and utilities against other municipalities. Ours is sort of on the average as far as the city portion of the taxes. However, when we add the other taxing authorities, we are the third highest in Metro Vancouver. So that's what we do, benchmark our utility fees, our perks fees, and our taxes, and that will be part of the report. So you have that information available as well.
Okay, thanks. I'm over time. Thanks for giving me the extra 20 seconds.
Councillor Weave, up to 5.
Yeah, my first question is, are we going to see more outcome-based information when we get to the next level of the budget process, recognizing we will have hard decisions, and it'd be nice to know if we were to hold vacancies, what would the outcome of that be, right? Like, what are the outcomes we're trying to achieve? So I'm just wondering, will we have more outcome-based information for us readily available at the next budget phase?
Yes, the goal in going through the process would be to identify those potential trade-offs and what the impact of those trade-offs would be on the outcomes and on service levels. So that will be part of the information that council receives.
Okay, and on that, I noticed that in the survey, a lot of it was, how do you feel about this? How's this? But there wasn't, this is what we've achieved. What do you think about that? Like, I wonder if there's more specific outcome-based questions that could be asked in the future so that we can have an understanding of what the public and businesses feel our current outcomes have we achieved what they're hoping for and what they're not, but with more specific detail than just overall, what do you think?
So maybe I'll pass that over to our communications and engagement team.
Sure. It's Gail Pickard, Associate Director of Civic Engagement and Communications. So, Councillor Reid, we could look at an approach like that for our Talk Vancouver budget survey. The survey that's conducted by Ipsos is actually pretty much standard questions that are used across municipalities across Canada. So it would be very difficult to customize the survey in that way for the Ipsos telephone survey, but we could look at a different approach to our Talk Vancouver survey in the future, the online version.
Okay, I just think right now it'd be nice to get more data on what specific outcomes the public and businesses are hoping to get, and if we are funding appropriately during the budget process to meet those outcomes. But I appreciate all the work with staff, and that's all my questions.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, I think you were over time.
No more questions, but I wanted to move an amendment, Mayor.
Okay, you'd have to, easiest way is if you just moved the report in second, and then as you moved it, you're first on the list for debate, which would allow that. So is that, would you
Sure,
take that
yeah,
approach?
I was recalling, and I might be wrong, that we didn't need to move the recommendation for information, but maybe we do with amendments.
Right. Okay, I'll check with the clerk. Good call. I'll just check with the clerk. I'll be right back. Okay, just clerks refreshing my memory here. So Councillor Kirby-Yung, right, if you want, we don't normally need a vote for, we don't need a vote for receive for information, but I guess you would be just moving the motion that you have in place. So clerks just want to make sure that the wording that Councillor Kirby-Yung has, yeah, right. So, right, so if we'll just be discussing the, not to receive the report, but just the second bit, which is the additional thing that you've moved as a motion, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay.
So we just need a seconder for that to get into the debate.
Second.
Thank you. So we're on the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have up to 5 minutes to explain your motion.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. The reason I'm bringing this amendment forward is I think a trend that has been growing over a number of years and has really been deeply highlighted and exacerbated by the pandemic, and that has been the taking on of sort of critical services and gaps based on funding from the province, or what has often been referred to as downloading of services. And I know that was referenced in the report as one of the risks and the pressure points that we are facing moving forward. And yet we know that it's important to our residents that the city step up and in the areas of things like housing, homelessness, and childcare. Having said that, there's also a number of conversations underway with respects to municipal finance reform and ongoing funding discussions with the province. And so the spirit behind this amendment, which directs staff to quantify the city funds that we have allocated to downloaded services that were traditionally delivered by senior governments in areas such as, but not limited to, childcare, housing, and homelessness services, is that this information can be used in informing those finance reform discussions, but also the ongoing funding discussions with the province to really identify what that financial impact is at a time when it has always been a challenge with limited funds available to the city, but particularly so in the financial situation that we find ourselves in now. And I think that will enable us to have more informed advocacy discussions with the province and looking at recouping some of those costs. So there's no gap in the service delivery, but we can sort of build on some of the positive investments that the province has made and the leadership that they have shown in order to hopefully recover those and provide some alleviation as the city works through its financial challenges. So that's the spirit of the amendment. And I see that it's on screen now.
Thanks. I have Councillor Dejanova next on the list, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. I just had a point of information, if possible, Mayor.
Sure.
And I was just wondering how staff would quantify, what's being asked in this amendment, my understanding is to quantify city funds, but how would you realize matching funds? So for instance, I know that there's a quite a significant amount of money right now from the federal government that's been given directly to the city as well as to the province. The province has also given some of that to the city for childcare, for housing, through organizations like BC Housing, that's a Crown corporation that gets federal and provincial funding. So I'm just wondering how sort of the commitment to match those dollars would be quantified in your interpretation of this amendment.
Through you, Mayor Stewart. So I mean, we could take that away, and the way they kind of reading the amendment now talks about the investment of city funds. I think that the fact that existing senior government programs may require matching funds is a bit of a separate question. The city's still being required to invest those. So I'm not sure that, like I said, we can take that away. But the motion as worded doesn't specifically address that point that you've raised.
So I'm just wondering, would that be something staff would bring back to us to say that this is funding that was given to the city that otherwise would have to be paid back or would be taken back because the city may not match this, if that was our choice when we vote on it at budget time? I'm just wondering how we get that full picture to see.
Yeah, I think, again, the amendment as worded, Mayor Stewart, as we read it, just asks staff to quantify the amount of money that the city is spending in these areas. It doesn't actually call for a reallocation of those funds or any kind of further action that would be taken out of that. I mean, that's obviously council's call, and there may be additional information council would need at that time. But yeah, I think as worded, this would be kind of mapping out at a macro level, the amounts of money that cities investing in these particular areas that have been identified here as one point of information. As Councillor Dejanova was indicating, there may be lots of other issues that council would want to consider in taking any action on that.
So just a follow-up point of information, if I may, Mayor.
Sure. Yep.
I'm wondering if staff would need a further amendment to this to consider those issues that I raised on matching funds and how much funding we've received that is tied to a commitment from us, or if that's something that you would be undertaking in reporting back to us on this amendment.
I think if council's interested in receiving that information as well, we would do our best to kind of put those pieces together. Yep.
So no amendment needed is my understanding. Could you please clarify that through a follow-up point of information?
Yeah, I mean, what we'll do, and I kind of working with Patrice, I mean, we'll attempt to identify kind of the programs or circumstances under which these funds are being allocated. I don't know that we would be getting into a detailed analysis. I mean, this could kind of evolve into quite a bit of work here, but I think in terms of addressing the point of this motion, but also acknowledging where there may be strings attached from senior governments, we'll attempt to do that as well.
Thanks so much. That's what I was looking. My question's answered. That's all from me.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato? Might be on mute there.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, appreciate all the questions actually today from councillors and also the proposed amendment to get additional information around where we are investing in areas that have traditionally the federal and provincial governments have played a greater role. And I think as has been noted by our staff previously is that we are seeing a shift both from the province and the federal government in terms of investing in housing in areas they hadn't for many years. And so I'm particularly interested in this information and also in light of, and I didn't see it in the slides today, I thought it would be in there, is that staff had presented slides related to previous council direction around the allocation of DCLs and CACs, and that more than, I believe it's more than a third of DCLs are being allocated to childcare and housing, and half of our CACs are going towards housing and childcare. And obviously critical priorities for us as a city, as well as to our residents, as we've noted from some of the surveys we saw today. However, interesting to see that quantified so that when we are doing advocacy with the province around these issues, that we do have a better sense of what we are spending in those areas. And I note that we do have meetings set up for the fall in September for UBCM with various ministers, I believe including the Housing Minister and Minister of Finance, and staff are reporting back. I think in about 2 weeks, we'll have a report around municipal finance reform consideration. So I think it's timely to get this information, and so I'm supportive of the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5. What, you might be on mute, Councillor Carr? There you go. I think I hear you.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. I have forwarded an amendment to this amendment. And so I'll, if you want to move us to that queue, I will note that it's a little bit down in the email because I didn't erase Councillor Kirby-Young's information at the beginning. But anyway, I'm adding this language. Further, that the report include the revenues received from senior governments to deliver these services. And the reason why I think that's important is because we may be investing a certain amount of money, but it has leveraged another sum of money. And I think it's important as one looks at this to get that comparison of our investments versus the senior government investments to deliver those needed services.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick, I heard, so I'm moving to an amendment queue now. Councillor Carr, do you have anything else for this one?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. I was understanding that this wasn't necessary, but it actually offers me a little more comfort to have this in there, and I think that it is important. I'd like to see it go even a little bit further, but I won't do that to staff. I know how much work they already have on their plates right now, but it would be interested to see how much funding we will be getting from federal, how much funding we do receive, and what is leveraged for that. So I do support this.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm also happy to support it. I think it's valuable to note that a significant portion of this downloading happened over 15 plus years, and we're bearing the brunt of it, and we are finally in BC at least seeing some renewed investments in these areas, and so to reflect those new investments alongside the weight that we continue to bear as a result of decades of downloading and underfunding is, I think, a useful way to be mapping out these costs and informing the direction that we need to go. So happy to support both the amendment and the amendment to the amendment and the original amendment.
Okay, thanks so much. That's it for this queue. So let's call a vote on this amendment to the amendment. Councillor Bly, Councillor Fry, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Fry, there we go. Oh, Councillor Fry, I see the yellow triangle.
Yeah. Mayor, just a point of, I guess, a point of privilege on the part of Councillor Fry. He did text me to say his computer had just shut down.
Okay.
Not by his fault.
We do have to pause. So, council, if you're just patient here,
I'm back, Mayor.
Okay.
Pausing.
Would you like a vote assist on this one?
What are we voting on? Is this Councillor Carr's amendment to the amendment? Is where I got bumped off.
That's right. Yeah, that's what we're voting on.
In favor.
Okay, great. Hey, Councillor Swanson, I see have you clicked on your, there we go. Okay, thanks. That is unanimous. Thank you so much. And we'll go back now to the main queue. Councillor Carr, did you have anything else on this amended motion?
No, I'm supportive. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Hardwick on this amended motion.
Yes, supportive. I mean, this is precisely why I focused on asking for those slides to be put up so that we could draw attention to this general area of our budgeting and the expansion that we've seen over the last decade plus in these areas. So I am supportive, and I think this is the right approach that we're going to have to examine these areas in particular as we try to get our budget into balance. So thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I will be supportive. And I think the one that's really pushing for me is the community health lens. And I think with the health dome that we just saw recently, we saw a significant issues with the underfunding of our ambulance services and the pressure it put on our fire team. And I think everyone's done an amazing job to try to prevent the losses here in Vancouver, but I think it's something that needs to be addressed in this, and we need to figure out how we can stop those downloads and really lift up our community health, as well as we saw from some of the reports and surveys, the mental health of our city is in really critical space right now, and we need to make sure that we are funding appropriately so that we don't lose the residents here in Vancouver and we support them as best we can in their well-being. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle. Might be on mute. Councillor Boyle. There you are.
Sorry, that was a holdover. I'm good, thanks, Mayor.
Okay, great. So that's it for the queue. So let's go to a vote on this amended motion. Councillor Dominato. There we go. Thanks very much, Council. That's unanimously approved. So that ends this item. We are at 11:52 with 8 minutes left to our break. So I suggest we break early, come back in camera between 1 and 3, and come back to finish the remainder of the agenda at 3. So with that, Council, we'll take a break now, and we'll see you in camera at 1 p.m. Thank you. Thanks, clerks and staff. Again, so I'll just check here to make sure we have. Hey, yep, we've got quorum. Okay, great. Council, we are finished with our report from staff on the budget. And now we're on to communications. That was held by Councillor Hardwick. So this is the communication appointment of council representatives to the Easy Park Board of Directors held by Councillor Hardwick. And we can, Councillor Hardwick, do you have any questions?
Not a question. I did put myself on the queue because I have actually put in an amendment,
okay,
which I've circulated, and I just want to make sure that I do this properly.
Yeah, we move and second it, and then we can amend.
Okay, well then I'll move it.
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, I'll move us to a queue, and Councillor Hardwick, you've moved it, so we can put you on the queue for amendments or debate or whatever you like.
The amendment is that rather than myself, that Councillor Kirby-Yung be appointed to the Easy Park Board. That is my amendment.
Okay, and you've sent it in writing. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Fry.
I heard Councillor Dominato second it, Mayor.
Seconded the moving of the motion, but this is.
I second the amendment.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay, Councillor Hardwick moved by Councillor Dominato. Now we're on amendment queue. If anybody wants to speak to this. I don't see anybody on the queue.
I would like to speak to it.
Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
I just wanted to explain that when I first, when the question went out, who would like to sit on the board, I put my name forward because I thought it was important that there be a council member on this board. I had been concerned when the Vancouver Economic Commission mandate was changed and structurally changed to no longer have a member of council on that board. And it was for this reason that I put my name forward. Similarly, Councillor Kirby-Yung had identified this as being important. She had spoken to it on the record as well. And so given those considerations and her connection to the parking world, I felt that it was the appropriate thing to do. There's just one more thing, and that was that the rationale for me being appointed over Councillor Kirby-Yung in this instance was the mayor's practice of recognizing seniority. And in my case, I was number 5 in terms of number of votes, and Councillor Kirby-Yung was number 10 in numbers of votes, so that would have been the justification for that. But I have found this to be unevenly applied where I have sought other positions and committees to sit on, including at Metro as a director on planning and also on the regional economic prosperity initiatives. So I just wanted to be clear that the decision on my part to suggest Councillor Kirby-Yung rather than myself is not based on seniority, because I haven't seen it consistently applied, but I think that she'll do a great job and she has my full support.
Okay, thank you so much. Anybody else on this one? Okay, if not, I'll call a vote on the amendment then. Councillors Wiebe, Fry, and Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova here.
Mayor, it's the clerk. I think she may be absent.
Okay, great. So if you can mark her as absent, that would be good. Thank you so much. That amendment is passed, and so we, if anybody doesn't have anything else to say, we can just have a vote on the motion now. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Great, that has passed unanimously. Thanks so much, Council. That's it for that item. And now we're going to move on to reports. We have we were past reports 1 and 2. We have report number 3 is held by Councillor Swanson. So I'm going to put you on the queue, Councillor Swanson. And so for questions to staff on this report.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I just held it because I think some of that money should be going to the Downtown Eastside graffiti groups, and I want to vote against it.
Okay, great. Would have somebody move the motion then?
So moved, Councillor Carr.
Great, seconder?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Anybody want to say anything to this one? Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I wonder if I could ask one question, point of information through you to
Sure.
staff.
Yep.
I noticed that one of the provisors, or I guess restrictions on the use of funds, suggests that it has to be for new activities, but also that it can't be used to fund new graffiti preventing, I'm not using the appropriate technical term, murals. And I'm wondering why that's the case, why that exception was put in there, that some of the funds couldn't be used for that. If it would prevent future graffiti, why would we restrict the BIA's ability to do that?
Over to staff for that answer.
Great,
Yes.
Lisa Parker here with Street Activities and Engineering. I can answer that question just to give more information that we do actually have an existing mural program, which does support murals on private property. And so we already have that in place where applicants, property owners, or community groups could apply for support through that existing program. And what we took from the council direction for this specific is to look at additional ways to support the removal of graffiti.
Okay, so there's another mechanism for them to do that, and it was never not to duplicate. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay, that's great. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. I don't see any other questions, so I can call a vote on this this one. Councillor Wee, Boyle, and Dominato. Okay, thank you so much. That has passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okie doke. We have the next item, which is, let's see, report number 4, 5, 6. Councillor Dominato, you held the regulation redesign amendments to traffic and street building and ticket offensive bylaws.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And questions for staff just with respect to the proof of insurance and liability insurance required by contractors, or what this report proposes. Was there any other measure or means explored for the insurance liability approach? Because one of the things that struck me even before I read some of the feedback from industry was just around how they would go about doing that, potentially sort of the red tape and how cumbersome that might be. And I'm just curious if there was some other way of doing it from a blanket perspective, or if industry was exploring that, and what kind of administrative requirements there would be to now sort of sift through all of these all of this insurance paperwork that would be required. And I don't know how many contractors we're talking about on streets and boulevards, and what kind of volume we're expecting. So there's a few questions in there in terms of, was there another way to do this so that we would have that liability insurance but not have to have each individual contractor provide it and to then review it, monitor it, and how are we going to manage the administration of that on our end?
Staff?
Thanks, Mayor. We've got a number of folks from our engineering team. I'm not sure who's best positioned. Lon, maybe defer to you to answer that.
Yes, good afternoon. Lon LeClaire, GM of Engineering Services. I'm going to look to Chalice. Chalice, are you able to respond to that question?
Yeah, hi Lon, it's Chalice Joseph, Manager of Engineering Development Manager Projects. So we already administer insurance for larger construction sites. So we have a practice of already taking in insurance forms and ensuring that the city is named as an insured party on those. So we're just expanding the use of insurance to smaller projects. And it's similar to what most other municipalities do within the region. So it shouldn't be a non-standard practice for contractors or others to be able to provide that type of insurance.
Okay, it's helpful to know that that's a standard across other municipalities. I'm just curious then, is some of the feedback was that there seemed to be concerns, and I don't know if it's just smaller contractors not certain how they would go about doing that, but there seemed to be some reservations or concerns from industry about meeting that requirement.
Yes, so we did hear a bit of that feedback from the Small Home Builders Association, and we were going to work with them as we put this into effect in September to ensure that they can meet this requirement.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think certainly whatever we can do to work with the sector to make it as streamlined as possible would be welcome. So appreciate that, addressing my questions on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. That's it for questions. So can I have, if you're satisfied, can we move the
So moved.
Thanks very much. As seconder.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you very much. So we're on the debate queue. If anybody wants to say anything. I don't see anybody on the queue, so we'll call a vote on this one. Councillors Hardwick and Fry. Great. Okay, thanks very much. That's passed unanimously. We are holding number 7 because I believe we have speakers to this one. So this is the extension of lease terms and approval of letter for the Fraser Academy. And we've held this to hear from speakers, but we could ask questions at this point. So I have Councillor Bly on the queue for questions to staff. So we'll go through questions first from councillors to staff. Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead for questions.
Actually, Mayor, I'd like to declare a conflict of interest.
Yes, I forgot about that. I'm sorry, I should have called for that. Okay, can you give us the reason why?
Yes, that out of an abundance of caution, my son attends the school, and consistent with decisions made, I'll be declaring conflict and ask to be put in the lobby, please.
Great, thanks. Clerk, facilitate that. Thank you so much. I do hear somebody typing there in the background. If you could just mute yourself, that would be great. Thank you. Great, so I don't see any other questions, so perhaps we can move to hearing from registered speakers. So clerks, I accidentally deleted my list. There we go. Okay, I've got it now. Thanks so much. We have one speaker is David Sachs. We have David Sachs on the line, clerks.
Mayor, the speaker has not called in yet. No speakers on the line.
Have we sent reminders and everything?
Just in the last 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Well, we don't have speakers on this one. There was just one person that was signed up to speak, so we could move ahead with moving the motion. Someone like to move the motion?
Yeah, Fry.
Yes, Councillor Kirby-Yung, second.
Okay, thanks so much. We're on the main, sorry, we're on the, now we're on, I'm changing queues to the main queue. Got Councillor Boyle on for debate and decision. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks, Mayor. And I circulated an amendment really in addition to council related to this lease, the focus of which is really just adding some slightly more specific language around the public benefit plan so that when that comes back to council, the expectations around what it includes are clear and really focusing on accessibility of the school for students and families that experience financial barriers. And I'm happy to speak more to that if there's a seconder and we go to an amendment queue.
All right.
Second, Swanson.
Okay, I'm going to put us on the main queue now. Right, sorry, so this is an amendment. Okay, so we're on the amendment queue now. If you wanted to, anybody wants to speak this, Councillor Dominato, please go ahead, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a point of information through you to staff on the amendment.
Yeah.
Because they've negotiated the terms of the agreement with Fraser Academy and whether this is achievable from their perspective in those discussions they've had and negotiations to date.
Okay, thanks. We'll turn it over to the city manager's team.
Hi, it's Andrew Newman from Real Estate Services here. I haven't had the benefit of seeing the amendment yet. If that could possibly be presented or forwarded my direction.
Okay. City Manager. do you
Yeah,
have any
I think
further
the
comments?
so I can send it to Andrew right now.
Okay.
I mean, as Andrew is taking a look at that, I would provide some initial comment, which I believe, you know, the extent to which Fraser Academy will be able to meet that requirement is subject to kind of a lot of the development of the plan that's referenced there. So I suspect it's too early to tell, but I think the clarification from council is something that we can certainly pursue with them.
Okay. Is that Councillor Dominato? Is that satisfactory?
I guess the follow-up question that I would have to staff is that if council were to pass this, because obviously the point we've gotten to has been through lengthy discussions with Fraser Academy, and they no longer have the benefit of being part of this discussion, would this whole entire partnership fall through with the passage of this amendment?
And again, subject to any comments from Andrew, not from my perspective, the letter of intent does contemplate that Fraser Academy will develop a number of different plans, one of which is a public benefit plan that's not actually been developed yet. So this actually contemplates work that is yet to happen. And that will be part of the information that comes back to council to finalize the lease. So I don't believe that this is fundamentally inconsistent. Again, if there's been any specific discussion with Fraser Academy to date on this issue, I would defer to Andrew. But in terms of where we are in the process with them, I don't see this as, like say, being incongruent.
Yeah, I agree with you, Paul. I think it's very consistent with the LOI. I should just highlight that the conditions of the ground lease included a business plan to the satisfaction of ACCS and REFM. And that business plan articulates a need to spell out how much of the population will be accommodating of lower income or equity seeking groups. And that goes to the daycare as well. So you've characterized it accurately, Paul, that a little bit of this has to do with the negotiation that will ultimately come for the ground lease and for approval of the pro forma and business plan. But it's not inconsistent with what we have required. But the nuances of it will have to get spelled out when the actual proposal comes forward and the pro forma is reviewed and the business plan is reviewed.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato? Is that okay?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thanks. Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 5.
Thanks very much. I was wondering if I could maybe ask a point of information to the mover
Okay.
of the amendment.
To the mover, yeah.
I was wondering, Councillor Boyle, did you have a chance to, in any way, speak with or talk to Fraser Academy as to whether or not they would have any concern whether or not this would impede their plans, either completely or interfere with things that they're already doing?
I haven't had, sorry, thanks, Mayor. I haven't had that conversation, and as we just heard, I think we're so early in the development of that business plan and public benefits plan that now seemed like the time to say, here's a piece we'd specifically like to see included in that, and be clear about that expectation before that work all begins. So no, I mean, I don't think, and there's so much to be figured out in the work ahead on this that that now seemed like a good time to suggest it, but I don't get the sense that it's a deal breaker or that it will, yeah, that those details have been figured out yet.
Okay, thanks so much. Unfortunately, our staff hadn't had a chance to see this. I would assume that, in hearing Councillor Boyle, you also note that although I understand your intentions, Fraser Academy hasn't had a chance to see this yet, and also looking at sort of some of the actions that we've taken with COVID, and looking at sort of the fact that there are a lot of pieces to this, and I know that Fraser Academy, as with other nonprofit organizations, are struggling to try and make sure that they piece back together their fundraising plans, just like many of the other organizations that we give grants to that we haven't put pre-existing conditions on. So for that reason, I won't be able to support this amendment, but I do support a public benefit strategy. I'm just concerned if we put too many pre-existing conditions on this, we could see issues for Fraser Academy, either with financing and see unintended consequences. And I really do believe that, you know, they provide an excellence in education. I would hate to see that derailed in any way. So for that reason, I can't support it, but I do appreciate the sentiment.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, Mayor, before I do, I'm wondering a point of procedure or privilege or something. I'm seeing a note from Andrew Newman on the team that's been negotiating and working with Fraser Academy to the clerk, saying that speakers from Fraser Academy are on the line but can't call in, and asking the clerk to troubleshoot.
Well, at this point, it can only be the registered speaker who can speak to this item. It's not an open list today.
I believe the registered speaker was speaking on behalf of Fraser Academy.
That's correct. Mr. David Sachs is on the line. He doesn't seem to be able to connect.
Okay, in order to allow in this stage of the process, we'd have to move a motion to suspend the rules in order to hear from the speaker at this point.
Move a motion to suspend the rules in order to hear from the speaker at this point.
Okay, I heard like 3 voices there. Councillor Fry, you have the floor, actually. So
sure, I'd like to move a motion to suspend the rules to hear the speaker.
Okay, just going to check with the clerks. I think that is a 2/3 vote that's required for this, but I'll try a verbal vote first and see if it works. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Opposed say nay. Okay, so we have suspended the rules. We'll stop your timer, Councillor Fry. So clerks, if we can arrange to
Mayor, it's the clerk. The speaker is now on the line. If you'd like to, to address.
I'll move back to the question queue, and we can hear from the speaker. Speaker, go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes, and then you may have questions from councillors who have up to 3 minutes to ask you questions.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is David Sachs. I just want to confirm that you can actually hear me now.
Yes, we can. Sorry about that.
Oh, terrific. Okay, so this motion is obviously something that we have not had the benefit of seeing before. And we are working, I think, very productively with city staff, particularly through Andrew Newman, to get to the point now of having this letter of intent. And the public benefit plan, as well as the other plans and conditions for the long-term ground lease, are identified and known, but the terms and conditions of those preconditions aren't yet specified and are the part of the process for the next several months or period of time until we can enter into a long-term ground lease. Our objective is to continue to service the community in Vancouver, and particularly the 20% of the population that has dyslexia. We would like nothing more than to make these services more affordable, and we continue to do so. However, some of that is not through the full-time day school program. Much of that is through other services that we now offer and continue and want to grow. And, you know, ultimately, we will make this through scale to some degree more affordable as well. I mean, we are a nonprofit. The school operates tightly, but you have to appreciate that ultimately we are largely a skills-based organization. We provide a service. We don't make widgets where we can drive the cost down. Basically, we have people who provide services. These are teachers, educators, and the like. And we remain subject to, you know, being in concert with or aware of, you know, the BC Teachers Federation in terms of what's necessary to operate our facilities. So I mean, this is our objective. We want to make it more affordable, but frankly, it's a little bit difficult for us to understand how this is here now when I think staff have put this in front of us, given us a template. We've started the homework on all of these pieces, and we expect that there'll be a back and forth before we come with staff, before we come before council again on this, as well as all of the other features and issues. And the other thing I would say to this issue is that, you know, we need to, there's a foundational supportive gift from the City of Vancouver in the form of the extension and the long-term lease. We cannot possibly do what we're doing without it. And we thank you and we appreciate that. But within that, I think we should try to do the best that we possibly can and deliver as many services as we possibly can at the most affordable price. And we're not a profit-seeking enterprise, so we're gonna, that is our hope. If you can, let us continue to be the center of excellence, to grow, to put this on the map more firmly in Vancouver for the people of Vancouver. One of the other issues, I'm not sure if this came up, but a childcare facility was suggested. We have more than embraced that concept. We understand that it'll be a minimum of 37, if not many more spaces, much of which half or more will be available to the general public if it's necessary. It can be used by people working in the facility. That's great, but that'll be a minority or less than half. And that's something that we anticipate will be fleshed out with planning and ACCS and other departments in the city. With limited time left, I just want to go back to this general thank you and reiterate that this support is foundational and that we can realize on the Center of Excellence for Dyslexia that Vancouver can be proud of on a civic, provincial, and national basis. So on the 2,000 people and the nonprofits that wrote in and all the support that we have, I want to take this opportunity, which I appreciate very much, to thank you, Mayor, to thank you, councillors, and to thank you to your staff.
Okay, thank you. You do have a number of questions. Up to 3 minutes, Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead.
Thanks so much, Mr. Sachs. I was just going to ask you, this amendment, I'm not sure if you can see it or if you have seen it, but I only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to try and just cut straight to the chase. You're a nonprofit organization. We often deal with nonprofits. We have prior to COVID and after COVID that if we put too many stipulations on those nonprofit organizations, sometimes the unintended consequence is instead of doing good work, they're in fact not able to do that. There's some red tape there, and there's some consequence. And hearing an amendment that had come forward, I know we've suspended the rules to hear from you. I'm just wondering if on behalf of Fraser Academy, you would be able to say confidently that this is something that Fraser Academy could do. And this speaks directly to tuitions, public benefit strategies. Is this something that would make you nervous at this point, coming out of this after COVID?
I can't see the motion now because I'm online. Thank you. I can say confidently that yes, we intend to continue, as we've demonstrated, or the school has demonstrated, to provide these benefits, to expand these benefits, to recognize and realize things that we've just barely scratched the surface of in how to deal with this at-risk and marginalized population. We believe proudly that we're intervening at the earliest possible stage in the life of Vancouverites and others. And yes, I can also say confidently in answer to your question that this is, pardon me, but kind of a deeper reduction. It's not clearly defined. We have a process with your staff to put this public benefit plan together. And this does concern me because there's just some form of requirement here, but it's not clear what it is. And I think we know what we're doing, and we should be allowed to do that.
And you support staff's recommendations. Is that correct?
Sorry, staff recommendations as the report that came to council today.
The report that's come to council. I just wanted to also make that clear in the last 30 seconds that I have. I asked you about the amendment first, and sorry, seems like a rapid firing round. I know with 3 minutes, but you feel confident and comfortable with the recommendations that are before us, that our staff have worked alongside Fraser Academy for many months, I would assume, if not longer.
Absolutely. The answer is yes.
Thank you for your time and for all of the good work you do.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 3 minutes for questions to the speaker.
Yeah, hi, David. Thanks for being here. Glad we got you on the line. Two quick questions. You're fully aware that one of the conditions that's contained in the LOI of the ground lease includes a public benefit plan that already references bursary funding, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And the need to provide that, and with obviously kind of an understood expectation that you're going to do what you have done and try to maximize that. Is that a fair statement?
That's absolutely correct. We set aside a portion of our own of the revenues to provide bursary assistance to a number of families that require it. About 20% of the families enrolled or students enrolled in the school.
About 20%. Okay, and my explicit question is, with this amendment that we have on the floor, there's some language in here I'm going to read to you, and I'd like your comment on it, because I wonder if it sets up kind of conflictual needs here or goals. And it says specifically, a deeper reduction in tuition for those families experiencing the largest financial barriers. And I'm wondering if you think that you could end up in some tricky situations where you may have a couple of families that both in need, both that have genuine financial barriers, but one might have a child that is severely dyslexic, or where their learning ability is much more severe than another, but they may be slightly financially better off, although both still in need. Would that put you in a situation where you're having to take just the family that has the lowest income as opposed to trying to serve the one that has the largest learning disability?
My feeling, and having sat on the bursary committee many years ago, is no, I don't think that would be the issue, because frankly, the Fraser Academy is very good at establishing which students, which kids are at risk and mission appropriate. In other words, they believe where they can help somebody, and that is a range or a spectrum of kids with learning disabilities or learning issues. And then the bursary committee looks.
I just want to be clear in asking my question. I understand that that's your current expertise and practice, but in the language of the amendment that we have on the floor, which I know you haven't seen, it is written in such a way that it would dictate taking specifically those with the highest issue.
But that's what we do now. We take all of the requests, and we look at all of the needs, and we give the most financial assistance to those in the greatest barrier or with the greatest need. So we do allocate on this on a similar basis already.
So you would choose financial need over the severity of the learning disability?
Yeah, yes. Because the school can help kids with varying degrees of learning disabilities. And then the secondary question is, what's the financial need, and can they afford to access this service? And then we get all the requests for financial assistance, and we work on them on the basis of need and apportion the funds available.
So it's something you're already doing anyway. You don't need new direction to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, David, for being on the line. I'm going to take 30 seconds to actually read the amendment so that you can hear it, and then reflect whether, I think what Council is trying to reconcile is whether this will is manageable by Fraser Academy, what's being proposed. And so it reads that the public benefit plan provided as a precondition for the long-term ground lease include an outline of how the new school will support access for an increased percentage of the student body from families who can't afford the tuition, and or a combination of an increased total number of students on reduced tuition and a deeper reduction in tuition for those families experiencing the largest financial barriers, in recognition of the significant public subsidy that a nominal long-term ground lease represents. And so because this wasn't part of the negotiations up to now, what we're trying to understand as a council is this reasonable and achievable as part of you developing a public benefit plan. Can you comment on that?
Well, yes, it's a bit. This is going to be problematic. First of all, the percentage of the number of families that request assistance. So we don't look for people who can or cannot afford to pay. People come out of need, and then they all ask for assistance. The percentage of people that require it, or the percentage that pitch up to the school and who need it in any given year. And then we have this and or a combination, increased total number of students and a deeper reduction. So this isn't, well, in my opinion, sorry to whoever wrote it, this isn't quantitative, it's qualitative. These are our objectives, but I don't know where we're going to go with this, so it's somewhat problematic.
Okay. So it's not clear to you right now what the intent of this proposed amendment is.
Yeah, I mean, like the existing lease, if I could say, the existing lease has a provision in there that we, that we maintain to be non-profit, that we have at least 25 kids, so within the limits of its resources, tenant, Fraser Academy, shall provide bursaries to students who have demonstrated financial need, et cetera. So that's
So
that's
you're
what the
already
current,
doing this in essence. Is that a fair?
yeah, we are doing this in essence. No, not in essence. In reality, yes, we are.
Okay,
And
thank
the
you.
existing lease has that provision.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Fry, up to 3.
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks, David, for managing to get online and joining us today. And I appreciate that the report does actually articulate pretty decisively that there is a public benefit plan that is part of this work. I'm wondering if you could maybe just run through some of how Fraser Academy has kind of pivoted some of their thinking towards being a center of excellence for language-based learning disabilities since this conversation began, and with the support of the City Council on this.
Well, it's a great question. Thank you, Councillor Fry. This process coming, recognizing that we need to establish and confirm long-term tenure and long-term and longevity in the City of Vancouver, we asked a number of questions. First of all, we recognize that Vancouver is the right and only place for Fraser Academy to operate. But in this process, we've seen a real transformation. The school is a center of excellence in terms of what it does already, but we've recognized how much reach, and I think it's been eye-opening for all of us, things like the City Council report on homelessness, which showed that, in the report that was put to Council some months ago, showed 20% of those who are homeless or greater have dyslexia and learning disabilities. That opens our eyes to what we're really doing here and what our real purpose is. And that only energizes the school, the staff, and all the people there to find and use their abilities, expand their abilities, and provide more services. So a lot of that has to do with families who don't need the full day accommodation, that can make use of the far less expensive Fraser Academy outreach, we call it FAX, to assist and accommodate their needs. And we see the school as moving in a very exciting direction to expand everything that it can possibly do on a positive basis for people. As we get larger, we tend and expect that it will become slightly more affordable.
And just to clarify on some of this, my understanding is the intention as well is it's not just about students within the physical building that we're talking about on this site, but actually training teachers to work in other schools and across jurisdictions and working with, in Indigenous communities and the like. Is that still the plan?
The things we're doing with the Indigenous communities is, in my mind, one of the most exciting things that we do. The training and we're doing for educators, how that goes out to the rest of the community is terrific and has a very, very meaningful benefit. All of these things stem from having Fraser Academy as a full-time school. That's where the magic, if you will, is generated or created. And then that filters into everything else and all the other things we do. I just want to say, on a personal note, that when I understood that there was a relationship or a similarity between an oral learner, which would be described as a First Nations learner learning through oral tradition, and the mind of a dyslexic and how they learn, and the potential for that to be us to create curriculum and learning opportunities for First Nations, I just think that feels and sounds like a really good opportunity for us.
Thanks so much. That's over the 3 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Carr, you have up to 3 minutes for questions. Councillor Carr?
Sorry, double muted. Thanks so much, very much, David, for getting on the line to answer our questions. So my understanding is that there is a public benefit plan. That's a requirement already in this program. And I just want you to verify, my understanding from what you've said is that you are already looking at the possibilities of how, and you're sort of constantly looking, it seems to me from what you've said, at the possibilities of how you can support increased access for increased numbers of people who can't afford the tuition. Did I read that right?
Yeah, you did read that right. And you know what? The language that exists in the current lease, I think this is a very strong covenant. Within the limits of its resources, we shall provide bursaries to students of demonstrated financial needs. It doesn't say how many, it just says to the limits of our resources. That is a push. That's a very real covenant that says we have to do everything we can. That's how that is read, that is written. And I think it's a pretty strong covenant. I'm imagining, there will be something similar to that in the ground lease to be.
That's just the clarification I needed. Thank you very much. I appreciate that and all the work you're doing.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. That's it for questions to the speaker. So thank you very much for calling in today. There's no more questions for you, Council. I'm going to return now to the amendment queue. Councillor Fry, you are on about, sorry, I reset the timer. It's about 4 minutes left.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. In speaking to the amendment, I appreciate the general intent. Obviously, sometimes when we get in these last-minute amendments, they can further complicate things. I think it was fortuitous that we had David Sachs speak to us about some of what's been going on with Fraser Academy. And I'm in particular impressed. I did have a check-in with them a couple of weeks ago to talk about exactly what they are doing to sort of pivot some of their programming and their program delivery through a center of excellence, and how excited they are to sort of broaden the scope. And with that said, and because we articulate a public benefit plan in the lease arrangement that we're voting on today, I'm not going to support this amendment as is. But I do appreciate the intent, so I'm just going to quickly submit an amendment to the amendment, which I just did now. And that's really just substituting the word will for could. Because well, thanks.
Okay, I've heard it seconded, so we're going to move over to the amendment queue. Councillor Swanson, this has been moved by Councillor Fry, so you have kind of first crack at this, Councillor Fry, and then I will put Councillor Swanson back on the list. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Sure, thanks. And just recognizing that there's a lot of work that's going on that we're now hearing about that some of us on council aren't privy to, and the work that is to move towards a center of excellence that's not just isolated and focused within the physical parameters of the Fraser Academy School site, but further expanding throughout the community. I know they're doing work with Exfay School in East Vancouver. They're doing work on reserve with other communities. And throughout Vancouver, and training teachers and all sorts of stuff. So I wouldn't want to necessarily apply conditions that we're not privy to. I think these are excellent aspirational goals, and I'm happy to support them as a could, not a will. I think the rest is pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, great. Councillor Swanson, go ahead, up to 5 minutes. Councillor Swanson?
Sorry. I don't support the amendment to the amendment. I do support the amendment. This is a really meek and mild amendment. It says support access for an increased percentage. That could be 1% more. It's not very much to ask for $13.4 million. It's virtually a crime that this service isn't provided in the public system. But it's also really atrocious that low-income people can't afford it. And to put in an amendment that says we're going to try and support access for an increased percentage of student body from families who can't afford tuition. That's not asking for much. it could be one extra student. I would hope it would be more, but I don't think that would be too much for the Fraser Academy to guarantee for a subsidy of $13.4 million. That's it for me.
Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I'm going to just rephrase what Councillor Swanson just said. To me, it's not a crime that this service is being provided in the public system, in the private system. It's a crime that the public system is not providing this service. It's a very different way to look at it, and I'm very appreciative of the fact that this is a service that is available to students, to children who are so greatly in need. So I'm going to support this amendment to the amendment. And the reason I'm going to is because I am absolutely trusting that Fraser Academy is already committed to providing the subsidies to the students in need and families in need to the very best of their abilities, but that in this particular public benefit plan, we're going to see an outline of how they can stretch to the best of their abilities in that regard. So not rather than that they will, but that how they can do this. And that, in fact, was David Stack's own language. We do the very best we can. And so I think outlining that on public record, it would be fantastic. So thank you, Councillor Fry, for putting this amendment to the amendment forward, because it does make it supportable from my point of view.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Whoops, wrong.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'll just provide a couple of comments because I think it's really important that we not be creating questions in people's minds about the services that Fraser Academy delivers, but we be celebrating those services. We've heard from so many families about the fact that really what they do is priceless. And I think that we always need to look when you have a sort of a large development, which is difficult to pull off, honestly, at the totality of what that's going to deliver. And by virtue of increasing capacity at the school, they will be helping more students of all means, but just more students in general. We really heard that if we didn't have this kind of what I would term as a public amenity in the city of Vancouver, that you would have a really significant gap for people that wouldn't have this service. They would have to either not live here, their kids would fall through the cracks, or they'd have to travel great distances to achieve it. So I think by increasing capacity, they're going to increase their funding. To me, it's also repetitive because I think that the intent is quite clear in the letter of intent and in the conditions in section 4, 1A, which speaks already to bursary funding being one of the expectations in addition to the childcare center. So to me, I think it's repetitive. It might provide some comfort or clarity to see additional language, but I believe that that was already quite clearly the intent. They're also providing an additional amenity that's not currently provided and have stepped up and embraced, as we've heard, a childcare center on site. I'm still working out the details there. I think there's sort of notional parameters between 37 and 74 kids, but again, we don't sort of land on those specific numbers because all that has to be worked forward in sort of the sort of pro forma of the site to deliver it and make it work. And I think we've seen Fraser step up in so many ways, whether it's teacher training in the existing public school system to try to fill some of those gaps and others. So I'm fully confident that they're going to deliver and do more. The fact that they've been working and fighting so hard to make this project a reality, I think really speaks to that. And I think that this language, I think it's repetitive. I don't think it's necessary. Honestly, I think it was covered. But I can accept it with the could because there are a number of other things that sort of need to be delivered in order to ensure that the overall project is viable. And we don't lose the only service that we have right now. We know about the reasons why we don't have it. It's not just the public school system, but right now it's the only one. And I have a lot of time and a lot of heart for an organization that has stepped up to fill that void, and not only has stepped up, but is willing to take on the Herculean task of building a bigger site and fundraising entirely on their own to deliver that. And I think it's entirely appropriate for the city to provide a site that delivers the ability to have that service and that type of school here, just as we have provided sites for other schools, such as recently council voted on last week in Cole Harbour for the new school, or for the Olympic Village one coming up. These are all parts of what builds community And I think that Fraser's a great community partner, so let's give them the ability to come through, and I think that they will have confidence. I think they'll exceed our expectations. Thanks.
You, Councillor Swanson, you've got about a minute and a half left.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify if I
I'm sorry, you have 3.5 minutes.
didn't mean to say it would be a crime to have a school for kids with learning disabilities. The crime is that it's not provided in the public system. But that being said, I'm perfectly confident that the Fraser Academy will be able to support access for an increased percentage of the student bodies from families who can't afford tuition. Increased percentage can be 1 or 2 or 3 students. It's not very much. They're capable people. They know how to do this. And it's important for us as a public body who gives subsidies to make sure that we have some equity in that. We talk about equity in every other place. And here to make equity optional by putting in could instead of will I think it's really a bad thing, a bad precedent to set.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deschanel, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. I think that we're still speaking to the amendment, correct, Mayor?
We are.
Okay. I think that it's one small word that makes a world of difference. I certainly do support this word, and I think that it could make the difference between, the end of Fraser Academy's road and being able to do this. And how do we work together as partners with them? I think that that's really important. So I appreciate this. Appreciate Councillor Fry bringing this forward, and I appreciate the work that Councillor Fry and I know have spent many hours talking about Fraser Academy, speaking with representatives from Fraser Academy. I know many council members have been on tours of Fraser Academy, and I have to say, considering some of the comments that came in this amendment, I'm not going to speak to any of those specifically, but what I will say is when you walk into Fraser Academy, it's definitely a lively place, and I know that there's a lot of heart there. I can see the difference that they make, and that's not maybe with a lot of space, and it's not with a brand new building, and it might not be with huge wings and like some independent schools have. But I know that they are committed to their fundraising plan, as they've said. I appreciate David Sachs also reaffirming that. And I think that this can be the difference between could and would. It's not about what should happen here. It's about getting Fraser Academy across the finish line. And if we're going to be good partners, I think that we have to make sure that we make a commitment to working with them to try and get them across the finish line for the immeasurable and priceless work that they do. Really, you can't put a price on it. And I also see it as a part of our healthy city strategy, as part of harm reduction in our city. And I won't go beyond that right now in my comments because we're just speaking to the amendment. But I do hope that this is a way that council can move forward collaboratively and support this amendment, maybe even the amendment, and then hopefully move forward and support Fraser Academy. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it for comments. So we'll call a vote on this one. Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly.
Mayor, she's recused.
Oh, yes, right. I'm sorry. Thanks very much. Okay, clerks, if you could mount. There we go. Thank you. And that passes. The amendment passes with Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. We're going to go back to the...
Mayor, it was Councillor Boyle in opposition, not Councillor Hardwick.
I'm sorry. I think I need another cup of tea. My apologies. Thanks for correcting me, clerk. Councillor Fry, do you have? You've got about 4 minutes left.
Sure. I'll just speak in closing to the entire recommendation. I'm happy to support this. And just to clarify around some of Councillor Swanson's comments on the amendment as it was proposed, this is more the amendment to the amendment was really to solidify that we're allowing the flexibility for the negotiations that have been going on and the work that is going on between our staff and Fraser Academy to ensure they're delivering on the school, but also the center of excellence, and not to presuppose it by saying they need to have X amount of people within the physical school, because I know from talking to Fraser Academy that they are doing stuff offsite as well. And because council are not as aware of what some of the programming is, I think it gets into some really dangerous territory when we start putting absolute conditionals on this proposal. So that's why I sort of reframed it, while totally respecting what Councillor Boyle was getting at with her amendment, just not putting it as an absolute condition. You know, since of course, we got a lot of correspondence from parents and alumni and friends of alumni and local residents and people with support for Fraser Academy. And I think going back in the history on how Fraser Academy came to be, and that it was a land gift as a condition of the land use that was of the old O'Keefe grounds. There's a lot of history here. There's a lot of opportunity here. And what's really inspired and impressed me the most is through the conversations that, you know, in particular, working with Councillor DiGenova and meeting with the Fraser Academy leadership team and kind of watching the birth of this idea of a center of excellence for kids and people with language-based learning disabilities. I think there's a tremendous opportunity, not just for our city, but for the region. And as we're contemplating a highway out to UBC, connecting the educational and medical communities with this work, and really, you know, creating an opportunity and a fertile territory for something great in the city of Vancouver. And frankly, as somebody who, you know, has struggled myself with you know, being an outsider in certain contexts, and knowing that a lot of the kids who struggle with their self-worth as a result of language-based learning disabilities and the lifeline that this provides for them, I think that's something that really, you know, I've said this before, but if there's one thing that comes out of, you know, my term on council, I think this is one of the best pieces that we can really deliver, because this is actually making real differences in folks' lives, like really tangible differences to children who are struggling in our city and in the region. And I'm really happy to see this move forward, and I'm really supportive of this vision that has been articulated, and I hope we have an opportunity to hear more from Fraser Academy about their future vision for a center of excellence in the city of Vancouver for this kind of work. So that's it for me. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, Council, I do see a whole bunch of folks on the list here. I'll just remind you that, and that's not to dampen your enthusiasm, but we do have bylaws, administrative motions, council members' motions, new business, notice of council member motions, inquiries, and other matters to go in just an hour, because we do have a public hearing tonight. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. And I'm not quite sure where we are in terms of estimates on getting all that work done, but I think we're probably pushing the hour. So again, just bring that to your attention. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the time check. And I'll endeavor to be brief and just say that I'm really grateful that this council has the opportunity to actually provide some solidity in terms of the ability to move forward with their fundraising efforts and their business planning around retaining an incredibly valuable service in the city of Vancouver. I mentioned earlier, we did hear a lot from so many parents, and it is far better to invest in these kids when they really need it than to deal with the downstream effects of those that slip through the cracks because they don't have the self-confidence or the coping abilities, and they're just not given that opportunity to maximize their specific gifts and overcome the challenges that they have. And that actually, you know, just purely pragmatically, it's not good for the kids, it's not good for society, and it costs more down the road. And I think what is really important here is, I think, to note that community amenities and benefits come in many different forms. And we may have statutory definitions and CACs of, you know, what they can be spent on and what constitutes a benefit. But if we follow that to a black and white degree, we miss a lot of the color that puts our communities and really knits our communities together. And so I think we just heard it in those parents' voices of what it would be like if this hadn't been there for their kids, and sort of what they've been able to go on to be and do and sort of be the best parts of themselves. And if this council had not found a way to support that and pull it off, then I would honestly question why we're here, because I think that this is the very kind of quintessential definition of supporting an organization that, as we said, has stepped up to fill a void. And so I'm really looking forward to the next steps and sort of learning about the plan. And I'm really grateful that this council found a way to support keeping Fraser Academy here for hopefully another century. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle next, up to 5.
Thanks so much, Mayor. I will say I will be supporting this amended version of my amendment. I would have preferred it unamended because I don't think it was too much to say will, but I want to speak more broadly to say that I absolutely understand from reading every single one of the very moving emails and correspondence, phone calls that we've received from parents, from knowing families who have attended the school. I understand very clearly the important gap in our public education system that Fraser Academy is meeting. Of course, ideally, that gap would be covered by the public education system because the universality of the public system is the best way to ensure that no student or family is unable to access services because of their financial situation. And so I hope we'll continue advocacy on that front. And in the meantime, Fraser Academy is one of the only options locally for students with dyslexia. And my hope and my expectation is that in line with this significant municipal investment through a potential nominal lease, that the plan that comes back to the city to finalize will include a robust plan for broader access for low-income Vancouver families whose children may badly need the services provided but may not be able to afford them. My intention in the amendment was really just to be clear and specific, because if I am part of the council voting on that lease, I want to have been clear early on in my hopes and expectations about what that public benefit looks like from early in the process. We know this is a significant city subsidy. We know also that Fraser Academy is meeting a very clear need that isn't being met right now publicly. And so I think aligning that subsidy with a clear goal of access for more Vancouver families with dyslexia is important. And so that was the attempt in this amendment, and also in just making clear in statements the public benefit plan, and for me particularly that piece around access because of income and class, it is a critical part of that public benefit plan, as well as the relationships with the host nations, particularly Musqueam and Squamish, and access for equity-seeking communities, all I look forward to hearing more about in the plan that comes back for a badly needed facility. Thanks. I think you're muted, Mayor.
Councillor Carr is up to 5.
I will be very brief. Ditto to everything that Councillor Fry said. Thank you to the parents and families who reached out to us as councillors with very, very thoughtful and heartwarming statements. Thank you to our staff, and thank you to Fraser Academy for their fabulous work to really address a need in our city. So that's it. I'm voting yes.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak now to the whole motion, which I think will probably pass. I'm going to vote against it, and I'm not going to vote against it because I don't think the Fraser Academy is doing a good job. I've been there. I've seen the smiles on the kids' face. I think they are doing a good job. I think it's good that we have a lifeline for kids who have learning issues. I think it's really good, but it really should be in the public system. But the reason I'm going to vote against it is because I'm voting against where I think this council is going to come down. And that is, for me, it's unfathomable that you could say all these great things about how this Fraser Academy helps kids with learning difficulties whose parents can afford thousands of dollars a year to send them there, and then not put in a few words that would increase the number of students by one or more, that I'm sure the Fraser Institute is, the Fraser Academy, sorry, is perfectly capable of doing. I just don't understand why you wouldn't put in that little bit, the other council members wouldn't put in that extra bit of equity. I can't grasp it. And I hope, earlier today, we passed an amendment to the budget, which asked staff to report back on ways that other levels of government had downloaded stuff on us. So I think this would be a good place to add $13.4 million. And I wish the Fraser Academy good luck in raising the funds for their school. And I hope they can raise enough funds that some of the kids that go there can be from low-income families. That's it for me.
Okay, Councillor Dominato, you're last on the list here of the 5.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a point of parliamentary procedure, and have we voted on the amended amendment?
We have not.
It seems everyone's speaking to that at this time, so
well,
maybe
it's
we
so
could do. And
general. I'm kind of letting it go, but strictly speaking, we should be just on the amendment.
Okay, well, then I'll speak to the main report after once we've voted on this.
Sure. Okay,
Thank
cool.
You.
Okay, that's it for this one. So let's call a vote. Councillor Blah, is not here. Councillor Blah is in conflict. Yeah, clerks, if you could. Yeah. There we go. Okay, thanks. That has passed with none in opposition. And we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, you want to put yourself up? There we go. Okay, speaking to the amended report, go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. In the interest of time, I'll be brief. I do want to reflect some thanks to our staff and to the staff at Fraser Academy, because I do think it's been a long road getting here, and also to Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Fry, who have taken a real leadership role in working with staff in Fraser Academy on this. I think that what really stood out for me is a couple of councillors already spoke to the history and the legacy piece of this land serving an educational purpose. But one of the things that I have certainly become more alive to being on council is the importance of community amenities, and those take different shapes and forms in our city. We often talk about housing and the importance of housing and affordable housing in the city, and no doubt topical and something I think all of us agree on. But with housing, there needs to be amenities and services, and Fraser Academy does provide a vital service, as was acknowledged by a number of my colleagues, in terms of serving a unique population of students who are struggling with dyslexia and learning disabilities. And I'm not going to debate the sort of existential discussion around public education or independent school education. For me, it's making a decision that we think is in the public interest. And I think that we did hear from many families. I think the majority of 70 or 80% of students who do go to Fraser Academy do live in the city of Vancouver, and the benefits that they yield. And also to what David Sachs was speaking about, this center of excellence and the opportunities that that presents to doing more outreach, more work within the public school system, even including that they're training public school teachers, I think is a fantastic benefit of the programming and the services of Fraser Academy. And so I don't think it is black and white in terms of what we gain from this agreement. But I do think there was a lot of work put into it to get here. And I do think there are a lot of public benefits. And I think to end on the note that we know from our most recent, our homeless counts that we do annually that a number of youth end up homeless for a variety of reasons, but learning disabilities can be a contributing factor to other issues down the road. And so I think a lot of the work that Fraser Academy is preventative. And so I think that's the other piece, and I think we have to be really cognizant of. And so I'm happy to support the recommendations and the recommended report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova.
Those were making our final closing comments here now, Mayor,
Yep.
or is this still the amendment to the amendment?
Nope, this is the amended report.
The amended report. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. I also really want to thank our staff. I know that there have been so many hours of conversations and meetings with Fraser Academy. I really, really want to thank Fraser Academy, the staff, their executive, the teachers who have chosen Fraser Academy and have chosen the city of Vancouver, knowing that our cost of living is higher than many other cities, who have undergone the training to help people who have learning disabilities, who have dyslexia. And I've shared it before in this council chamber, but I was diagnosed when I was 6 years old with dyslexia. So I was lucky. I had opportunities because I knew. I've met and I know a number of people who didn't know they had dyslexia until they were much older, did not have access to those opportunities. And the fact that Fraser Academy is a nonprofit organization that strives to not only just do well, but to do better. And I think that we've heard that through what they are planning through the Center of Excellence for Dyslexia, what they do with the Orton Gillingham method, what they do to try and support kids, the work that they're doing with First Nations, including exciting work that they're doing alongside nations. I believe it's with Squamish right now and Musqueam. That being said, I'm really excited to see what they will do, and I know what they can do. And I want to thank all of the parents and the students who did reach out to us and wrote and shared their individual stories, and the savior that Fraser Academy has been for them. Some of them receive financial assistance. Some of them have made decisions that they were able to make, but were difficult for their families financially. And also the fact is that this education, this is a nonprofit school. And although the price tag on the education may be high, I think that yes, we do have to, as a council, strive to do better. And Councillor Swanson, to your points, if you want to bring forward a motion asking us to have an advocacy as you have before to the provincial government or the federal government for more funding, you'll have my vote on that. But I hope that we can all come together and support Fraser Academy, because I know that they're just trying to tread water to support not only the kids that they can right now, but to make sure that there's a school for those kids and other kids to come back to. I think what they've done is admirable. I think that it was before times of COVID, and the fact that they're pressing forward, working with our staff, and they're willing to fundraise and do whatever they have to make sure that they can continue to open their doors and provide a place for students to feel safe, for students to not only learn, but to reach their potential. I think that that is so important. I also think that when we look at our own city policies and strategies, where does this fit? And I think about our public hearings, when I look at the second page or the third page, and all of those policies are listed there. This meets our healthy city strategy. It meets our 4 pillars approach when we look at harm reduction. It meets so many of our own city policies. And I think that what we're doing here today, I'm hoping that there will be support for this, but I will be supporting this wholeheartedly. The amended amendment and the main motion, because I want to see this move forward, because this isn't just an investment today in Elise. This is an investment in kids, and those kids are the future of our city. Thank you.
Thanks. That's it for speakers to this. So we'll call a vote on the amended report. And that passes with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okay, thanks, Council. We're moving along now to, if you can alert Councillor Bly and just welcome her back to the chambers. We're going to move on to bylaws. We have 7 bylaws on the agenda. I'm just asking if any member wishes to hold any of these bylaws for debate, separate vote, or conflict of interest. There's 7 of them. Just verbally is fine if anybody has. Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah, I'd like to hold Swanson here. I'd like to hold 1, 4, and 6. No, sorry, 2, 3, and 6.
2, 3, and 6.
And I'd like to add 5 to that.
Okay. Okay, so on bylaws 1, 3, 4, and 7, which were not held, let's do those first. Any debate on these?
Well, 3 is, I'm holding 3.
I'm sorry, 1, 4, and 7. So can we have a motion to move those just on the.
So move, Councillor Carr.
Seconder for 1, 4, and 7. Thank
Kirby
you.
Young.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Any discussion on these? If not, all in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Oh, great, those have passed. Thank you. So now we're going to go to bylaw 2, held by Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, did you want to ask questions, or is it just about the vote?
Yeah, you could do them all in a batch if you want. I just want to vote against
I think, no, since they're held, I have to go through each, they may be held for different reasons. So for example, Councillor Hardwick, so let's go through one at a time. No questions? Okay, so can I have a mover then?
So move.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second.
Councillor Dominato, Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Dominato. We're on debate queue now. Anybody wish to speak to this? I don't see anybody, so we'll call the vote on this one. This is bylaw number 2. Councillor Kirby-Yung, Fry, and Dejanova. The vote. Thank you. That passes with Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. We're going to move to number 3. Councillor Swanson, you've held this one. If you don't have questions, can we have somebody move it?
So moved.
Second.
Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Over the main queue, anybody wish to speak to this? I don't see anybody, so we'll go to a vote on this one. Councillor Dejanova. Great, that passes. Thank you. Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. Going to move to bylaw number 4, held by Councillor Hardwick. Did you wish to?
No, I did not.
5, I'm sorry, I can't even read my own writing. Number 5, sorry about that.
Yeah, just separate vote.
Oh, just separate vote. Okay, can I have a mover for this then, please?
So moved.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. We're on the main queue now for debate. I don't see anybody for debate, so we'll move to the vote. Councillor Weeb, Boyle, and Kirby-Yung. There we go. Thanks very much. This passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Finally, we'll go to number 6. Councillor Swanson again. Questions? I don't see anybody on the queue. A mover then?
So move. Oh, second.
Councillor Dejanova.
I heard it. I think Councillor Carr, followed by Councillor Dejanova for second. Over on the main queue. Anybody wish to speak to this one? Nope. Let's go to the vote. Councillor Dejanova. There we go. Thank you very much. That passes. Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. That does it for the bylaws. We're moving to administrative motions now. There are 4 of them. The first one is approval of form of development on 8 East 33rd Avenue. First of all, ask if you have a conflict of interest, let me know. Just ask, are there any questions to staff on this admin motion? Don't see anybody on the queue. Somebody'd like to move it, please.
So moved.
Oh, second.
Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor Carr. Any discussion? I've got the queue open. I don't see anybody, so we'll go to the vote. I will just actually, we can do a, okay, well, we've got a recorded vote going, so we'll just do that now. That passes. Thanks so much with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okay, we're going to move to approval form of development 5005 Ash Street. You got a conflict, let me know. Otherwise, we'll go to questions to staff. I don't see any. I need a mover, please.
Moved.
Councillor Weeb, seconder.
Second, Councillor Bly.
Councillor Bly, thank you. Any discussion? Please put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody here. We can try yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, we'll go to a recorded vote. Ask you to vote on this approval on 5005 Ash Street. Councillor Dejanova. There we go. That passes with Councillor Swanson in opposition. We're going to go to the next one, which is the approval of form of development on 3235 Clive Avenue. If you got a conflict, let me know. Otherwise, we'll go to questions to staff. I don't see any. Let's see, you need a mover?
So move.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Seconder.
Second, Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. We'll move to the main queue. I don't see anybody for discussion or debate, so we'll move to the vote. And I'm going to do a recorded vote here. Councillor Dominato and Dejanova. That passes. Councillor Swanson in opposition. Final administrative motion, approval form of development 5212 Canby Street. If you've got a conflict, please let us know now. If there's questions to staff, I don't see any. We need a mover for the motion then.
So move, Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Seconder.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Any discussion? I don't see any, so we'll go to the vote, recorded vote. Councillor Dejanova, Fry, and Boyle. Thank you. That passes Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okay, we're moving on to council members' motions. We have 3 members' motions on the agenda today. The first one, you remember, there's 2 minutes to introduce the motion and then 1 minute for questions. And the first one is Councillor Swanson, keeping the public in the information loop. Councillor Swanson, you have up to 2 minutes. Please go ahead. Oh, you might be on mute.
Since we've had the new city manager, I've noticed that our council, he's trying to make our council meetings shorter, which is great, but it's meaning that it seems like a lot of information that we would have got in a report to council that would be public, we're getting in memos that aren't public or aren't released for 2 or 3 months after they've happened. So as a result of that, we get the media and everybody writing articles as though we don't have the information that they don't have. And a couple of examples of that are the motions on recalibrating the Vancouver strategy and the definition of social housing. And another one that I would really like to be able to get out there in the public quickly is the one that we just got last week about the renoviction and demoviction motions. It would be great if we could get that right away to the Renters Advisory Committee and to other people in the tenant movement. So this is just a motion to try and speed up the time at which we make non-in-camera memos public. Memos that are in response to council motions. Yeah, and I'm hoping it'll just provide a little more transparency.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. I don't see anybody on the ask you questions, so we're doing a seconder.
Second,
I'm not sure who the first.
Councillor Hardwick.
Yeah, okay, I'll have to go. Sorry, two of you spoke at once. Councillor Hardwick, seconder. We have requests to speak to this, so we want to hear from speakers. We need to move this to the standing committee tomorrow, which starts at 9:30. So
Move to hear speakers.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson, seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay.
Proceed.
We're just in the middle of a vote. We'll come right to you. Opposed, nay. I don't hear any nays. So that's passed. Councillor Bly, I think.
Yeah.
Point of procedure.
Thanks, Mayor. Did I just miss that we get to ask questions of the move of the motion for 2 minutes?
No, the mover of the motion speak for 2 minutes, and then you ask questions for a minute.
Okay,
I might have misspoken. Sorry.
No, I was just I was looking to see that we covered the portion where we ask if there's questions of the move of the motion. I didn't hear that, but
I did say it. I might have missed.
That's my apology. Yep, no problem, Mayor. Thank
Well,
you.
you got another chance because we've got motion 2 coming up.
Great.
So we've got Councillor Weeb for the keys to housing affordability. Councillor Weeb, you have up to 2 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. The right to housing is something that's been talked about by this council since we got elected, and it's something that's key to understanding how we increase the affordability in Vancouver. It's something that many councillors have brought motions forward on different topics, and over the last little bit, it's been frustrated not being able to be at the council table and speaking to some of the abilities to increase supply for affordability and for increasing nonprofit housing. In June 16th, 2021, a report came out called Opening Doors, and it was from an expert panel from Canada and BC, including some of our staff who provided input on how we could increase the future of housing supply and affordability. I pulled out 5 keys that I felt were important for us to get a report back from staff, and hoping that tomorrow we can have that debate. So tomorrow, the 5 keys are: 1, increasing how we can support Indigenous nonprofit housing and the 3 host nations on being part of the solution to housing affordability, and what can we do to support that cause. The second is how we support the expansion of entry home ownership, and how we can start to get people and bridge the gap, the equity gap that comes in home ownership, and look at different models. The third is looking at recognizing we need an OCP, and we need to have proper planning that is related to our housing needs report. The fourth talks about one of the biggest issues, and that's the fact that we approve density before we know the affordability of a project. So how can we better align when we approve density bonusing to provincial and federal funding, as well as how do we ensure that nonprofit housing providers have the ability to deliver the housing that they want. And so there's an opportunity here to look and ask staff a report back on how to deliver density bonusing, because right now we approve it before. And last is how to reduce speculation by adding the costs.
Oh, we're done.
Built.
You have a question, though. Councillor Dejanova, up to a minute for question.
Thanks. And Mayor, my apologies, but my connection's a little wonky, so I'm keeping my video off so I can ask my question. Councillor Weeb, as you know, and we've discussed before, I brought forward 13 separate motions. I actually made some headway on a number of them, and the province has a program on affordable home ownership. I'm just wondering, what are you looking at doing that's not already being done by our staff? Is this repetitive, or are you asking for additional work? Because I understand staff is looking at affordable home ownership in general, as well as
this is
programs.
So this is a report on report back looking at what came out of the panel. And what they talked about was some very unique and different ways of entry home ownership, which is different than what you've talked about in the past. And these
So
are
it's
new
only
models.
the panel that we're looking at here? I just wanted to
No,
verify.
there's a report that came back, and there's some new initiatives that were in that report that talked about different ways of entry home ownership. We'll have a speaker come tomorrow that will speak of a very unique way that's being done out of Toronto. So it's looking at new models
Thanks.
that can be incorporated home ownership.
Have to be fair here. We're at the minute, and Councillor Dominato, up to a minute. Question and answer.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a question to Councillor Weave is your hope and intent with this motion that staff will review the findings from the panel and consider how that fits potentially within our existing housing strategy?
Yeah, I know that our staff have already looked at this report, and it's for them to report back to council. I'm looking at these 5 keys and how we could fit them into our current housing strategy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So just
Okay.
a point of order, Mayor Stewart.
Yes, Councillor Dejanova.
I'm just looking. I am looking at the motion, but the way that the motion's written, I'm just wondering if you could maybe tell me if, as chair, you felt under 8.7F. Just considering, I'm looking over the number of motions that I have here on affordable home ownership and some of the work that's already being done on that and other topics here. Is it frivolous? A part of this motion?
Okay, I will, I take it that's a formal request to review this and see whether it's in order under the section that you mentioned. So I will take a look and I will come back to council. It is 4:32. I'll try to be speedy and I'll come back to you with a ruling. I imagine and looked at it through the lens of the point of order that Councillor Dejanova has raised. I do think the first bit of the motion where it talks about specifically about the report is fine, wouldn't be frivolous, but as we get into the lettered items, especially number 2 and 3, it does really overlap with a couple of past, quite a number actually, of council motions or work that's been directed by council to staff over the last year. So reluctant to bring this one up, but Councillor Dominato's motion about affordable housing and then my amendments on making home, those are broadly about these topic areas, and there have been others. There have been motions in the last year to do with Vancouver Plan, which is mentioned in number 3, and so so I'll rule this, because if one part is out of order, then the whole thing is out of order. I am going to rule this out of order, but would encourage Councillor Weave to come back with a more focused motion about the final report panel, because I think that would be useful for council. But that's outside of the ruling, but that's that would be my suggestion. So this is out of order. Okay. Now we're over to motion number 3, which is toward reconciliation renaming Trutch Street, and I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to take the chair as I introduce this.
Happy to, Mayor. Motion 3 is titled Toward Reconciliation Renaming Trutch Street. This motion is to be moved by Mayor Stewart, and Mayor Stewart, you have 2 minutes to introduce the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. This idea came about in discussions with the Musqueam leadership brought my attention to Trutch Street, the connections to the former Lieutenant Governor, and then I did quite a lot, it was kind of a general discussion, then I did a bunch of research on our first Lieutenant Governor, and I would like to draw your attention to a peer-reviewed article in BC Studies written by Robert Fisher called Joseph Trutch and Indian Land Policy. Robin Fisher is one of the top historians in British Columbia about British Columbia history, and it is just stomach churning, the account of Trutch's past history, his attitudes and actions toward Indigenous people, and I was appalled by this, and so thought I would move forward with the request from Musqueam, and in the spirit of reconciliation, to decentralize or move the decision making away from this council to Musqueam, so they can essentially choose the name that would replace the current name. So it is in a spirit of reconciliation. It's how we move forward. And I guess the last thing I would say is that this isn't about canceling history. It's about choosing who we celebrate and recognize and who we don't. And I think that the Lieutenant Governor and Trutch was also a land surveyor that reduced the size of reserves, was a champion of reducing reserves by about 90%. I think that, of course, he'll always be remembered in history, but I don't think we need to celebrate him by naming a street after him. So that's the intent of this motion.
Thank you, Mayor. And I see there are council members on the list to ask questions. Council, you have up to 1 minute for questions. And Councillor Kirby-Yung, you're up first.
Yeah, thanks. Straightforward question, Mayor. And I'm wondering, because consultation and recognition of our different nations is always really fundamental. And the fact that the proximity of Trutch Street is close also to other lands such as Squamish, whether you would be open to an amendment in your second clause to undertake consultation, not just with Musqueam, but with other nations as well, such as Squamish.
Yeah, I actually have done that already. As soon as this started talking about it with Musqueam, I did go to Chief of Tsleil-Waututh, Leah George, also to the Squamish leadership, and asked them what they thought about this. They were okay with it. I did, part of the motion you'll see has opened an invitation for those two nations to make similar requests, and so that has already been done. I don't have a formal letter or anything to give you. They were also going to watch the council debate, so the motion does incorporate the ability to continue those dialogues and maybe take other actions.
Okay, so I'm hearing that it wouldn't contradict the discussions that you've had, but you'd be open to clarity. And
That's the 1 minute. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor DiGenova, you are up next.
Thanks very much. Mayor, I'm just wondering if in your conversations, if there was any names that were suggested already by Musqueam. And I understand there's some talk about amendments, but I'm just wondering if there were any names that were already suggested or floated by Musqueam.
No, not at this point. I think my understanding is they're going to wait to see what the council decision is, and then they'll come up with their own process for choosing a name, and then staff will accommodate that change.
And maybe a more administrative question, like I'm just wondering, would you want, if this was changed, the city to bear the expense of changing street addresses and things like that needed to be changed? Or would you be looking to individual homeowners if they did have the name of the street on their home or something like that, or street numbers needed to be changed at the same time? Would you expect them to do that, or would the city bear the cost?
Can't imagine the cost would be huge. Most of it will be changing registries, but whatever council wants to do with those costs, that could all be part of what we decide.
Happy to second the motion as well.
Okay, we're not there yet, but thank you. Councillor Hardwick, you are up next for 1 minute of questions.
Thank you. Procedurally, is this something that would go through the Civic Asset Naming Committee? Have you looked at the mechanics of how to apply this? And we're just looking at one street renaming here, but it seems to me that there may be more things in the future. So would this be handled through the Civic Asset Naming Committee, or how would you conceive this would be handled?
Yeah, it's not the Civic Asset Naming Committee because they don't name streets. They name other parts of the city. So it would be directly by council. Then again, the authority goes to the Musqueam Council to choose the name, and then staff would implement the name. So this would be the kind of last time we touch this, unless there's a bylaw that would need to be changed as well. But that would be the process.
So it is conceivable. What I'm getting at is this is a one-off as opposed to something that could have a more process-oriented approach in the larger context.
It could, and we'll probably learn from this, and I think that's good for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick, and Councillor Fry, you are up next. Thanks,
Chair. Mayor, I'm curious in your research on this particular issue, if you came up with other names in the city of Vancouver that might be similarly sort of offensive or controversial. I recall our colleague, Mr. Weeb, had at one point talked about a colonial audit. Anything else come up on your radar in this work?
There are lots, unfortunately, and again, the process by which this happened was I was approached by members of Musqueam who were hoping for change, and so that's why I restricted it just to this one street to learn, for us all to learn how this might happen. But there are lots of other. As we're seeing right across Canada, there's all kinds of colonial questions. I do know that I'm looking forward to the colonial audit, and I think that will help us develop processes by which we figure our way through this.
Okay, thank you. And next is Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I am a liaison, council liaison to the Civic Asset Naming Committee. We do name streets. In fact, that's mostly what we do.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if you did check with staff regarding the Civic Asset Naming Committee and their comfort level with changing the protocol around this, or if there's any gaps in that.
Yeah, I might have that a little bit wrong. If it's renaming streets once they're registered or something, there is a gap there in the Asset Naming Committee's process, but I'd have to remember what that was. But there is, from my checking with staff, there's no complication here, but that, of course, you could ask staff if this gets moved and seconded.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Second.
Council. Thank you,
second the
Councillor DiGenova has seconded the motion. We have received requests to speak to this motion. If Council would
Move
like
to
to hear
refer.
the speakers, we can refer. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. So just to clarify for the public, the motion is to refer the motion to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, July 7th, which starts at 9:30 a.m., though this wouldn't be right at 9:30 a.m. Councillor DiGenova moved. Is there a seconder for the referral to hear from speakers?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Great, thank you, Council. The Mayor, thank you, Council and the Mayor. The motion is referred to the Standing Committee meeting tomorrow, and I will relinquish the chair back to Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. And that's it for members' motions. We're over to notice of council members' motions. So if you want to put yourself on the queue, just a reminder that you need to send the title text to the clerk as well as the date which you'd like this addressed. We have Councillor Kirby-Yung first up. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have one notice of motion entitled Supporting Community-Led Public Safety in Mount Pleasant, and that is for the July 20th council.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, same thing.
Thanks, Mayor. I have one motion considering youth housing needs within the city's housing strategy for the July 20th council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have 3 for July 20th. Number 1, planning for extreme heat and air quality mitigation in Vancouver, a report by the Vancouver City Planning Commission. Number 2, city gates for City Gate, public safety and temporary fencing at city right-of-way. And number 3, planning to support distributed ambulance service in the city of Vancouver.
And those are all for the next council meeting?
July 20, yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. That's it for notice of council members' motions. Next, we'll move to new business. The first one is a leave of absence for Councillor DiGenova, and that is a leave for personal reasons, Wednesday, July 7th from 7 p.m. onwards. Someone like to move this, please?
So move.
Thank you. That was Councillor Carr, I think.
Second.
Councillor DiGenova seconded. All those in favor, yay.
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 Nay. Nope, that's good. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung, we have new business.
Yes, I also sent in a late leave of absence request for Thursday, July 8th for council business from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m.
Okay, mover, do we have a seconder for that?
So moved, Councillor DiGenova.
Or a seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's passed. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova, new business?
I'm sorry, I was on to move that motion in case it wasn't on the agenda.
Okay,
My apologies. Thank you.
no problem. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a motion for an LOA for tomorrow from 9 to noon for civic business.
Okay, thanks.
So
The
moved,
mover.
Councillor
Thank you,
DiGenova.
Okay, seconder.
Hardwick.
Thank you. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay.
Yay.
No nays. Okay, great. Thanks. That's passed. Councillor DiGenova, I have you here. Anything new business?
It was just for inquiries.
Okay,
Sorry.
we're on that now. Inquiries and other matters. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. I was just hoping for the public record also and understanding the media coverage on the extreme heat and situation. Inquiry that I have through you, Mayor Stewart, to the city manager is if there is any information that can be shared publicly on whether or not the resources we had set aside are allocated, or if we have resources set aside and allocated for extreme heat. I know that we do have that set aside for snow and cold weather, but do we have that set aside for extreme heat and the necessary resources that we need to mobilize as a city as we have over the past 2 weeks?
City manager?
So thanks for the question. So we do have a significant heat response. The costs associated with heat are not nearly the same kind kind of magnitude that we would see in a snowfall or extreme snow event, just given the amount of overtime that it takes to plow streets and the number of staff involved in that. So yeah, at this point in time, we are able to manage the resource requirements within our existing budget. We are, of course, going to be conducting a comprehensive review of our heat response in light of the really extraordinary events over the past week. And there may be additional measures going forward that would have a bigger budget impact. But at this time, the financial impact of this latest heat event and what we would typically experience in the summer is manageable.
Okay, and thank you very much. I was wondering if you could point to, or maybe it's something you may be able to share later as a follow-up, just to the other part of my question, which was where in our budget currently does it come from contingency, although it is a lower amount, or is there a line item in the budget allocated for extreme heat?
There is no line item allocated, so we would absorb it within departmental operating budgets. And then if those departments run over, then that's where we would be looking at contingency. But generally, departments are absorbing this within their operating budget.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Council. I have 3 speakers on the list. We have 6 minutes left, so we'll just see how we do. Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Sure, thanks, Mayor. And maybe I'll just do a quick motion to extend to hear these last 3 inquiries.
We have a seconder for that?
Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Okay, great. We're extended. Go ahead, Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Through you to staff, I've received outreach from the restaurant industry around concerns with lighting on patios and some safety issues. Specifically, the patio program right now doesn't contemplate wired lighting, and as a result, the solar lighting isn't necessarily adequate in some cases. And there's some concerns around safety of servers and customers and people, and just visualize for cars and that kind of thing. They've asked why it's not possible to have the same concession that this council voted for electric vehicle charging with the little cord covers running across sidewalks, because they feel that would be a safer option for diners and servers in the expedited patio program. I'm wondering if anyone's able to speak to that, or if we could get a report back. Obviously, we don't have a lot of time left with summer and our time, so I'm going to get a expedited response on that.
Certainly, I can take that away and have a further conversation with our engineering team around that. I would say that our kind of sidewalks in commercial areas see significantly more traffic than you would see on a residential sidewalk. So the implication of using those cord covers would be much greater in a commercial area, but I can certainly take that issue back and explore it further and report back to council on it.
Great, thank you.
Thanks so much, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a couple of inquiries. One with respect to emergency preparedness and response. I understand that staff are currently reviewing our emergency preparedness response plan in accordance with changes that were made provincially with the Emergency Act. I'm curious if it's possible, or we can expect this, or maybe I'll make this as a formal request, is to have a report out on lessons learned, particularly around the pandemic, as well as heat wave response, and that report out be a public report out in terms of what does our emergency framework look like, response framework, but also what are the lessons learned from recent events. Could the city manager comment on that?
We have historically provided council with an update on our emergency planning work. We generally do it around Emergency Planning Week every year. Obviously, that pattern has been significantly disrupted over the last year. So yeah, certainly would be looking to reestablish that pattern of providing council with a report at least every year on our emergency planning work and where our focus is. Yeah, again, we've obviously gone through a number of major incidents recently, the pandemic being an entirely different scale that will take a significant amount of time for us to unpack and debrief on. But yeah, I think the general notion to be able to report back to council on that work and the current status and what our priorities are is certainly well taken, and I'm happy to work with our team to get back with a report on it.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think it's important in the context of a number of events recently. My other question is in the same vein, as we saw very tragic events of the building collapse in Florida, it has triggered questions around the safety of older strata and rental buildings in the city. And I understand that strata buildings have to provide depreciation reports to the province on every 3 years, something to that effect. But I'm curious if staff could report back to council on what measures we take or what role we play in that building maintenance safety, and are we looking at, is there a regulatory review contemplated in light of what's happened in Florida?
So certainly happy to report back on the role that we play in that regard. Our staff generally, we do inspect SRO buildings every year, and that would include structural, but we do not conduct investigations of or inspections of every single building in the city, obviously, or even multifamily buildings every year, commercial buildings. That would be a very, very significant undertaking with costs associated with it. But yeah, happy to provide a report back on that in terms of just what the current regulatory regime is and the role that the city plays in that regard. And then obviously to address any questions that may arise out of that.
Great, thank you. My other questions pertains to if we could get an update on the status of the lobbyist registry. I don't recall where that sits, but I'm curious as to the status of that, as well as the formal appointment of the integrity commissioner. Are those updates we can get if we can't get them now in person?
I can certainly provide an update now on the integrity commissioner. So we are going through the process right now of reviewing candidates for that role. My hope was that we would be able to get back to council with a recommendation for appointment by the end of before the summer break, but that's unfortunately not going to be possible. So my hope is that it's early in the fall, we'll be able to come to council with a recommendation for that appointment. With respect to the lobbyist registry, that's not work that staff are currently doing on that particular file. So there is no work ongoing. Right now, we don't have, the city doesn't have the jurisdiction to implement a mandatory lobbyist registry. That's not within the city's scope. So that's the update I can provide on that particular file.
Okay, thank you. And my last comment would just be from personal notice, just to I as a councillor want to express my condolences to the community and residents and First Nations of Lytton in light of the incredibly tragic wildfires that took over the community and has displaced people. It's an awful event, and I know many on council have been to Lytton. I know I've gone there regularly on an annual basis, but I think we're all feeling it across the province. But and also to thank Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services for issuing a reminder to Vancouver residents about the importance of fire safety, that we also are high risk and that we need to be very careful and mindful of our own behavior in the city. And sometimes we don't think about it because we're in an urban setting, but the risks are here as well. And so I want to thank Vancouver Fire Rescue for issuing those warnings.
Thanks. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes for.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have two things I wanted to raise. One is just to, first of all, extend condolences to anybody who had a loved one or family member or friend that was one of those extraordinary numbers of sudden deaths that we experienced in the city of Vancouver during the unprecedented heat situation. Because every person is someone's person, and that's a very personal loss, and I wanted to acknowledge that. I also wanted to just extend tremendous appreciation to all of the emergency services, whether it was EHS, Vancouver Fire, VPD, who all had to attend over that sort of 4 or 5 day period an unprecedented number of sudden deaths. And not only was it operationally challenging and stressful, they're dealing with unprecedented volume and sort of very stressful situations, but we have to recognize that takes a toll on our first responders as well when you are sort of dealing with that level of tragedy and death. And I just really, my heart kind of goes out to everybody that was involved in that, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. The second thing I wanted to raise is an inquiry to staff, and it's with respect now that the state of emergency has been lifted, as well as the restrictions on numbers for outdoor gatherings. specifically with respect to street performers and buskers. And the city, I believe, had also had a restriction. I'm wondering if the city manager is able to advise at this point what the status is in terms of enabling street performers and buskers to resume activities who are really wanting to do so. I've been contacted by a number of them.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I will need to follow up with engineering, our street use team, and provide a response back to you on that one.
Okay, that would be super. If that's something that could come by email or memo, they're looking to do the right thing and looking for guidance now that it's been lifted, but they were aware of the city restrictions previously, so try to give them the right guidance so that they can hopefully start up shortly.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I also just wanted to raise the unprecedented heat wave that we had here and just really thank our first responders. I know they were overwhelmed in terms of both fire, but also ambulance and police. It was an unbelievable incident that is a huge wake-up call. And thank also the staff working in libraries and community centers who really welcomed in so many people for respite from the heat and the importance of our public buildings as cooling centers. Beyond that, I do have also an inquiry, and that is regarding a set of residents in the West End who want to establish a pollinator garden as part of, I think, the Green Streets program. It's in the 1200 block of Harrow. The street is already torn up by engineering, so it's going to need restoration of some sort after that's done. But they are really wanting to know how to proceed in terms of, especially because they don't want to see the restoration of the street and then get a garden going afterwards. They'd like to be part of the process to sort of more mitigate and minimize the cost. They're willing to do the work, buy the plants, maintain it. They're part of, some of them are part of the David Suzuki pollinator garden circle. So I'm just wondering what the process would be for me to put those residents in touch with the appropriate staff.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I can reach out and we can provide a contact.
Excellent.
So I'll follow up with you on that.
I'll forward you their contact information.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks. That's it. So we can adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Thank you, Councillor DeNova. All in favor, yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thank you. Clerks, we're good for until 6 o'clock tonight when we come back for the public hearing.
Yes, thanks, Mayor.
Okay, great. See you at 6. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, staff.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.